time for the 2026 Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships and the celebration of 10 incredible years. For a decade, thousands of amazing pickleball athletes have made their way from around the globe to beautiful Naples, Florida, to compete in the biggest pickleball party in the world. From legends of the game to rising stars of tomorrow, you'll see it all as today the Junior Championships take center court. Tune in all week because the party's just getting started and year 10 is going to be unforgettable at the 2026 Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2, the 10th anniversary of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships with a beautiful view of East Naples Community Park. It has changed dramatically over the last 10 years. You can see how many courts there are, and we are going to be coming into Zing Zang Championship Court in a moment. And Eva Welsher, you are here again. It's going to be fantastic. Again, another view. So, day number 2 is one of your favorite brackets, Eva. Everybody, this is going to be a special day, as it always is at the Open, but the level of play keeps going up and up. Eva, yesterday was another amazing day. The juniors were unbelievable. Again, as we look at, we'll have 2 gold matches that we saw here on Zing Zang Community Championship Court. First one we'll be looking at is the 14 and under. Francis Chi back there, you say, you know, they took it 2 straight. But when you look at the gameplay, you've seen it evolve. What are some of the things that were exciting to you?
Well, I mean, the kids are getting just faster with their hands. They're adding more shots, but definitely more layers to their game as far as playing. They're starting to be more strategic instead of just playing tennis out there. So I love to see that strategy is coming in at the lower levels, and they're just not going to be playing tennis until they get older.
Yeah, and so again, that was just the beginning. We also saw some pro singles qualifiers, but we had another junior championship gold match in the 18 and under, and it was a rematch really. Last year, Soli and Ryder, the 2 guys there, they battled against each other. This year, it went the way of Brown and Ajani, but there was some high-level play there, Eva.
Yeah, I mean, Ariana Ajani actually plays with my son, and she is so talented. So I can see she actually won the gold in the women's, all women's 18 and plus, and won a scholarship, in fact, to college. So I can see why they ended up taking over that match in the end, much stronger than the other team. So I'm excited to see what those guys are going to do as they go into collegiate.
But what we're about to do now is see our first match on Zing Zang Championship Court of the day. We have Fudge and Quarter. Sherry is trying to get her 3rd gold in this bracket. And then on the other side, we have Strobel and Mendez. Today's another beautiful day, Eva.
Yep. It's actually extremely windy outside of the Zing Zang court, so I think it's a real advantage being in here so you don't have as many elements to deal with. You know, Sione Mendez is new to the game. She came from tennis, and it's going to be interesting to see what type of power she brings.
0-0-2.
Big overhead by Fudge there.
Yeah, Kelly was a D1 softball player. She's extremely athletic, very strong, feisty, you know, loves to compete, great gal.
Point.
Okay, there's 2 forehands on the other side, so these guys have to really be intentional about where they're going to be hitting to Sherry Quarter and Megan Fudge.
Second serve.
Ball goes a little long.
1-0-2.
Okay, they're targeting Kelly, which obviously is, you know, the normal strategy when you're doing pro split age, which one's younger, one's older. They usually go after the, you know, the older
Seasoned.
pro, the seasoned. Okay, I like to say that.
Point.
That's uncharacteristic.
Yeah, she was going for a really hard angle, though.
Yeah.
I mean, she was looking for like the strongest angle you could possibly get. So that's a tough one. You still have to beat the net. Okay.
She
so
beats it right up at Sherry.
usually, you know, with a right side player, you're going to go after the right shoulder.
Yep.
But with a lefty, you're going to go after the left shoulder. So Sione definitely was intentional about hitting to Sherry's left shoulder and kind of handicapping her on that shot.
Yeah, 10 months in playing pickleball, Mendez is handling it quite well.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, in this type of play, Kelly should see 90% of the balls, not because she is not talented. It's just that the strength of the youth, you know, she's going to try to get in there, and she's going to do some damage on the first shot.
Tries to drop it. Fudge returns it deep.
Yeah, Kelly definitely
forcing
wants to
second
drop
serve.
that ball. She doesn't want to hit from the 5th shot zone.
Ooh, nice.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, longest rally of the game so far,
Yeah.
but ultimately Fudge puts it away.
Yep. Kelly's going to want to get that ball to bounce and not give Megan anything in the air to work with. Otherwise, it's going to come back awfully fast on her.
1-3-1.
There you go. Nice put away with that left hand.
So Sherry just had a really strong, aggressive cross court, which really compromised Kelly and stretched her out, and then you get the ball that's up. I mean, that's the object, right? Is to stretch him
2-3-1.
out.
Point. 3-3-1.
So Fudge serves. Tied up now, 3-3. Yeah, it just goes wide.
Point.
So the tide has turned. Just a 1-point lead, but they've gotten a few in a row. So we'll see if...
So there are spots on this court, because I've played on this court several times, there are spots where you can't see anything. And I think Kelly, when they were switching, just got completely blindsided because she wasn't ready for that ball, which is uncharacteristic. So I think there was a blind spot there. So we'll see how many times that affects the players.
We got 4 straight points in a row. Still on the first serve. See if a timeout comes soon or not.
Nice. Nice. Nice, Kelly. Way to defend.
Yeah, good defense.
Really good.
What a
They're just
point.
going to keep coming.
What a point.
Oh, it was good. Oh, my
Wow.
God. What a great defense, Kelly. Wow. Kelly Strobel just hung in there. I mean, she knows she's going to
Unbelievable.
have to reload constantly, immediately afterwards, because they're coming.
Boop, just lands in the back.
That's
Big-
the wind.
Big smile on the face.
A little long.
That serve,
Side out.
Yep.
some heat on it, goes long. Fudge them just checking just in case the ref's seen. The ref does confirm it was long. So after a good run, Mendez and Strobel are able to shut it down and get the serve back. A little pop on the net.
Good, smart shot. Oh, too
Lob
bad.
goes long.
So as Megan and Sherry, they're just going to pound on Kelly. So that's really smart of her to use that property up in the sky to try to get them off. Unfortunately, it was out.
Oh,
Wow,
she got a little pop on the net, and
Yeah.
Quarter was like, what? And then Fudge took it over.
I'll tell you, I have not seen Mendez play, but wow, she is quick. She got great twitch muscles, great power. Oh,
She almost dug that out. Breeze just picked up a little bit in here.
6-3-1.
my gosh, what touch. Okay, that's where tennis comes in, man, because that speed doesn't bother her at all. What finesse. Nice job.
Yeah, that just
6-3, 2.
Oh, almost.
Point.
She needed to get her body out of the way. She really got jammed.
7-3, 2.
They hit the line. Oh, skitter to skitter.
yeah.
A lot of spin.
Timeout.
All right, I was gonna say, man, 8-3. They, haven't been able to
Yeah.
stop them. I expected a timeout. Surely our first timeout of the day has been called, and don't go anywhere because the action is just heating up and get going. We'll be here all day long.
Yep.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
All right, so we're already seeing some fast action, some power, some new play, some new team-ups, Eva, but this timeout, you can see them talking. What do you think they're thinking?
Well, they're going to try to get Sion Mendez involved. I mean, she's going to have to become more active because they're just targeting on Kelly Strobel, and she's doing a great job.
Yeah,
but she
her
can only
defense
defend
is
so
fantastic,
long
right.
until something happens. So she's going to either have to reset someplace else to get Sion, or Sion's going to have to just infiltrate.
8-3, 2.
A little pop on the net. Fudge tries to go around the post, doesn't quite
Nope,
get it.
doesn't have it.
Side out.
Good try.
3-8-1.
Yeah, so Mendez does have, she's not just power only. I mean, she's got that touch you're talking about.
Yeah.
Nice put away by
Sherry's just
Quarter.
waiting for that forehand
Yeah.
down the line, so they cannot. I would hope that Kelly wouldn't try to do such a strong cross court, but maybe just reset neutral in the middle.
3-8. Tries to get the lob, doesn't quite get over Quarter. Ooh, nice. Back up at the net.
Wow.
Yeah, she's heated up.
Yeah, Sion just has such a strong wrist. I mean, she's really coming around that ball quickly. Love to see what she's going to do in the pro
4-8-2.
gender event. Okay, that's a good shot.
Point. 5-8-2. Side out.
Okay, so obviously Kelly and Sion Mendez have decided that they're going to lob a little bit to try to get Sherry
8-5-1.
and Megan Fudge off the line, which has worked for a couple points. Yeah, too much.
Goes,
Point.
yeah, a little wide.
Yeah, I like to see Sion come over and get that one because Kelly's just coming in too fast, too hard.
9-5-1. Second serve.
That's a tough angle.
Yeah, return goes into the net.
Yeah, that's a tough
She's
angle.
trying to get over into that corner.
Yep, high end of the net.
9-5-2. Point.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised she missed that.
Yeah, I think she was too. You see her drop her head. She's like, oh, I was right
yeah,
there.
I don't think she was set with her feet.
10-5-2.
So, game point.
Yeah, already. Moves fast.
Ooh,
Side
yeah,
out.
close. I was about to say, oh, she got the line,
Yeah.
but it's a big side out.
I don't think that they should switch, though. I think
5-10,
Kelly should just stay
one.
straight.
Yeah, that was close.
Yeah, that's a good reset. Good.
Back again. This is
Ooh.
another
Almost.
Second
point.
serve.
Fudge and Quarter able to hold him.
5-10, 2.
No points on the board. A little high.
Yeah, so Sherry was
Side
smart.
out.
She changed the spot on her forehand. So instead of going behind Sion Mendez, she went middle just to give them a different look. So they weren't, you know, she wasn't too predictable, which was smart. And then they collided.
Here we are again
10,
with another
5,
game
1.
point. Soft lob serve.
Oh,
Point, game, 11-5.
that was good, though.
Timeout,
That was
change
good.
it, 2 minutes.
So game number 1 goes to Fudge and Quarter. You look at the score, 11-5. It looks like it was a little lopsided, but it was a lot of back and forth there, impressive. And don't go away, game number 2 is coming up after this.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
As we come back to the beginning of game number 2, you see Fudge and Quarter there. Smiles on their faces. It went pretty handily their way, Eva.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they're too concerned right now. If they maintain the same game plan, I think that they're going to have the same result, but they still have to stay focused and they still have to execute.
0-0, 2.
So if you're just joining us, Strobel is serving. Fudge returns. Let's try that lob. It hasn't really been that effective in game number 1. Can't quite get over. Sherry's got some height to her, and the court's short, right? You know, but
Yeah, but the wind is out there, you know. I mean, the wind is still
0-0,
swirling. So that's what I'd like to see is Sion needs to just come over. That middle line doesn't exist. She needs to come over and she needs to play more like a mixed doubles
0-0,
style
2.
where she's kind of like the man taking more.
Side out.
Strobel puts that one away.
Yep. And Kelly needs to really just make sure that every ball she hits the ground, because then it gives them time. I think time is really important when Sion Mendez needs to get
0-0,
involved.
1. Point.
Almost looked like a little hesitation there before Sherry hit
1-0,
that.
1.
Yeah, I think the wind is holding it up, but just a little bit. She's going to needs to move forward.
There you go.
That was a
Comes
great shot
across,
by Sherry.
Switch sides.
Oh, too much,
Side
too
out.
much.
Or second serve.
So the difference between tennis and pickleball is that we don't really go for like
You can see
dead
here.
winners on every single
She
shot. You
tries.
got to think like good, not great.
Come down the line, but it went wide. Come back to progress.
Side out.
Quick point there, forcing a side out.
Great shot by Megan.
0-1-1. Second serve.
So that was good of Kelly. She was pushing Sherry back, not allowing her to get to the kitchen, because that is your goal as a returner.
0-1-2.
Nice deep return again,
Side
second
out.
one.
Yep.
Hey,
Just
how
so-
often do you think people underestimate the importance of a deep return?
Well, if they're my
1-0-1.
students, they don't. That's the win. That's the win. I really teach that the first like 4 shots are the most important. So you should be out there working your serve and return, because that sets up the whole middle of the point.
2-0-1.
Yeah, just a little bit out.
Yeah, I
that was
saw
just
that
a
out
little
too.
bit out. Yeah,
Kind of popped off the net.
that was a
got
good job by
paddle on it,
Sherry,
but-
though.
Yeah.
She just missed it by a little bit. I think the wind's moving to the right.
3-0-1.
Okay, I think we're similar to last time. They were up 3-1.
Oh, good angle, Sherry. Nice job. And that's where that lefty comes in, because you're not expecting that type of angle. And she can hold it and let it drop really low and then get that angle and then just catch you off
3-0-2.
guard.
So still with a 3-point lead. Try that lob again, this one.
Side out.
It was just a little long.
Yeah. So if Kelly Strobel keeps doing that, I would like Sherry to back off that kitchen ring a little bit and
0-3-1.
just anticipate it, and then she can always move back in. That's a good serve.
Point.
All right, the first point on the board for Fudge and Quarter in game number 2. Sort of matching the
1-3-1.
beginning of the last 2 games almost. Or the last game.
Point. Two, 3-1.
Good reset by Sherry.
Yeah. Cross court.
Yep. Great
Oh,
shot.
Strobel keeps it in play. Mendez keeps it in play.
Good try. Good try.
Applause from the crowds. The stands are filling up. It's still early in the day here with the Franklin X40 replay. Ultimately, Fudge just
3-3-1.
too many overheads in a row.
Good serve. So that all was set up by the serve, because they pushed her out of the court to the corner,
Yep.
and then it just gave them all the property that's available. And as she's trying to move in, they catch her at her feet. So, I mean, that's such a good play. If you can really get an aggressive serve, it's amazing how easy the rest of the point can be.
4-3-1.
So with 4 points in a row,
Yep.
unanswered. Still first serve.
Oh,
Another number
nice
5.
move.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you calling a timeout at this point? You were up 3-0, and now without even thinking about it,
would.
there's
I
Franklin
would.
X40 replay.
5-3-1.
Yep.
Sherry just puts it down the middle.
Looking for the poach. Oh, that was good. That was good.
Still
5-3-2.
miles on their faces there as Fudge serves.
Right on the line.
Yeah, the wind almost took that out.
Good pickup by Sherry at her feet.
Point.
Yeah, she just needs a little bit more topspin on that. She's going for length. She should just try to roll it down at the feet.
6-3-2, 1 minute.
Right, so as they
Okay.
get to 6-3, a timeout's been called by the receivers, and we'll
Yep.
see. Again, we have seen turnarounds before. We'll see if we see one today.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by California Sports Services, the official surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Engage Pickleball, bringing you the new X2, our most powerful spin-generating paddle. By Kitsch Pickleball, the official merchandise store of the U.S. Open. And by Duper, the gold standard in pickleball ratings worldwide.
So once again, Eva, they're finding themselves under, right? You know, like there's been a turnaround. They started game number 1, they were up 3, they lost it. Game number 2, they're up 3, they've lost it again.
Yeah, I just don't think that, I mean, Megan and Sherry are cutting off all the angles. They're getting into their positions. I mean, they're just not letting them find any property to really hurt them. And they're keeping the pressure on Kelly Strobel and Sion Mendez. So, I mean, Sherry and Megan are very impressive. Really hard serves, really hard returns. You know, finding the weaknesses on the other team, just doing the very elementary basics, and then from there they can build.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting against, you know, multi-gold winners here on front championship court, and so they are favored.
Oopsie.
Ooh, that serve goes long.
I like the idea, though, again, pushing her off. The wind's blowing that way, so it's kind of digging them into a hole. So I like the idea.
3-6-1. Second serve.
Yeah, I mean, she does. Kelly, I love the idea. She just doesn't have the topspin on it to bring it up and down, so it's going to fly in the wind.
Yeah.
So she really needs to maybe like slice that low, but not try to hit it that hard.
Yeah, the wind a little bit is kind of going almost left to right a little as you look at the court right now.
Yep.
Yesterday, the wind was coming more straight down the
4-6-2.
court, which is a little easier hitting into the wind.
Good return. Good. Yeah. She just kept pressuring her. I mean, giving her less and less and less court, and then she goes for too much, right? She should have probably reset that behind Megan instead of keeping going to the same side. I mean, Sherry's waiting for it.
That's a big overhead put away.
I mean, when Sion gets involved, I mean, good things are happening.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's the whole idea of Pro Mixed is, you know,
6-4-2.
you're trying to find, you know, the person who's going to give you the most opportunity to win points.
Point.
That's okay. Good try, Cal.
Yeah.
Great shot by Megan. Really jammed her.
7-4-2.
Yeah, drove it right up into her armpit there.
But Megan, I mean, she's intentional about what she's doing. I mean, she's just not hitting the ball. Oh, that's too bad.
She was fast enough to get her paddle on it again, but couldn't quite get it over.
Yeah.
Let's
Again,
take
there's
a look.
some blind spots
Franklin
up
X40
here.
replay
Oh my
here.
goodness, that poor thing.
She goes,
At least she can laugh about it, you know? She's
Yeah.
having fun. You got to be able to have fun.
coming back to the point progress,
Yep.
and now she's like, no, I'll get those ones.
Side
Yeah.
out.
Puts her hands up in the air finally.
Yep.
4-8-1.
She's going really.
Second
Yeah.
serve.
Sherry should have let that one go.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
thing was
Megan was
going.
like-
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of tough when it's coming right at you.
4-8-2. Side out.
Yeah, I mean, I would really hold the lobs for when you come closer to the kitchen line, just because the wind is
8-4-1.
such a factor.
Point.
So, you know, the game, obviously, teachers always tell everybody that, you know, the game comes down to errors, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, and with that, the little frustration again, another timeout's been called. You know, they're really close, 2 points away from closing it, but we've seen comebacks before, right? We'll see
yeah,
if we get
we've
another
seen
one now.
comebacks. Who knows? Who knows?
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Zing Zang. Enjoy America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with original, blazing, and new dill pickle. By Knox Pickleball. Performance so good, it's almost illegal. Discover more at knoxsportusa.com. By Pickleball Den, the tech that powers the sport. Essential tools to power all your pickleball play. and by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 17th through 24th, 2027.
So sometimes even you notice like a certain technique's not working. You have more than one tool in the toolbox. Maybe she goes softer versus harder?
Yeah, I mean, I really like to see Kelly not trying to hit so hard from the transition zone. I'd love to see her try to get to the kitchen line. I think you have to understand that your job is to get to the kitchen line. So if she's trying to like hit hard through them, she's not going to. Megan Fudge and Sherry Quarter have some of the best hands around.
Yeah,
so
they're too much of a wall to power through, to break through.
Right. I mean, I love the fact that she's going high for the lob, but she really needs to get more of a dink or a drip shot in there so that they can pop it up, hopefully.
So we'll see if their strategy has changed at all.
Okay, there she goes. She's moving it around a little bit more. And Sherry has a killer lob. That was, oh my God. The wind had, the wind is such a factor. You guys, I know you can't see it on TV, but like this thing is moving a good foot. And so people like are ready and then all of a sudden they get jammed.
Yeah, well, especially your lob, so that lob's 20 feet up in the air and it kind of drifts there a little bit.
The wind has a lot of time to work with it.
So second serve.
Ooh, Sherry, go.
Comes
nice.
across
Nice
and
move,
goes
Sherry.
wide.
Yeah, so that was floating. That was floating.
It was wide anyway.
Yeah.
I think it was wide, but everybody liked to see it.
Yeah. Megan was playing fun with the ref after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So they were a little confused right there. The back and forth is right before Megan hit the around the post, the ball actually went out, so they stopped playing. So
yeah.
the ATP was irrelevant. The crowd liked to see it, but the point was over before that. A little bit of crisscross, and unfortunately, not the most dramatic way to end the game, but 2 straight games go to Fudge and Quarter, so they will be progressing through this bracket. It's highly likely we will be seeing them on Championship Court again.
Oh, I'm sure we will. I mean, Sherry and Megan are forced to go again. So whoever's up against them next, you better be prepared because these guys can do a lot.
Yeah, and like we said, we have seen Quarter take 2 golds 2 years in a row in this pro mixed split women's.
Yep.
And all day long later on, we will be having the men's split age showing up here as well. So a lot of great stuff coming. And thank you for being here, Eva. Everybody,
such a pleasure.
Don't go around. We got multiple hours of gameplay here from Championship Court coming your way.
Let me do the talking.
You bring the money?
Of course. First, show me your step.
Once you try it, there's no going back. Say the field lasts hours.
Let's play!
You always want more. Start. Friends are gonna want to try it too.
Please, freeze! Those pads are illegal. Hand them over. This can be. These are dual approved.
My play?
At Pickleball Den, our cutting-edge software revolutionizes the game for club managers, pickleball league and tournament directors, and passionate players everywhere. As the tech that powers the sport, our powerful automations are the driving force. With essential tools to power all your pickleball play, we help you elevate your events, delivering unparalleled quality that players love. Proudly serving as the official tournament software of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Level up your pickleball experience at pickleballden.com.
bring you to live action here on CBS Sports Network on this Thursday. And Chad, Anna Leigh Waters, a disappointing finish for her last night as she will not defend her mixed doubles title. But she still has a chance to win a women's doubles title alongside her mom, and that will be our first live match here of our broadcast day. And this is a quarterfinal match for a berth, obviously, in the semifinals, and they'll take on a couple of players looking to make a name for themselves, and you could argue already have made a name for themselves in Amelia Schmidt and Amanda Hendry. We'll get to them in a moment. As for Anna Leigh Waters, anybody who follows the sport of pickleball knows all about Anna Leigh. She is the undisputed top-ranked female player in the entire world, and has really put the sport on the map. And playing with Andre Agassi was also helpful to this tournament, helpful to the sport, even if it maybe didn't help her prize cabinet. Leigh Waters, meantime, her mother, obviously an accomplished pickleball player in her own right, and a great partner for Anna Leigh.
Yeah, well, one thing you can't deny last night with Agassi and Anna Leigh Waters was, I don't know if we've ever seen a crowd here at the U.S. Open so vocal, so into it. I mean, they were behind every point, and the place was absolutely jam-packed. They're filling in here again to come watch Anna Leigh and Leigh Waters, see if they can make their way back through the draw. Last year was the first time that Anna Leigh and Leigh were back after a couple of years being off, but their opponents with Alexa Schull and Ava Cavateo, they've been on bigger stages, but they haven't been on this stage before. So it's going to be interesting to see, how they deal with the larger crowd. They're here from Florida. They're used to the weather conditions, but it's very humid here.
And Chad, the players you've talked to, what has been the reaction to the progressive draw?
Well, it's a bit of a mixed feeling. I'll explain a little bit more after this point.
Cavateo into the net, so
Cavateo just stood up again. But yeah, with the progressive draw, some of the players are finding it difficult to get in a rhythm, having to change events, because obviously singles plays a lot different than doubles.
Great firefight, eventually won by Leigh Waters.
Again, that dead dink right in front of Leigh Waters. She sets up, she holds, she waits for Schull to commit with the feet. You see the body's set. She's prepared to go down the line. And Waters just rolls it across through the middle.
And that's long. 4 straight points on this serve by Leigh Waters as she looks to continue to keep the run going. Make it 5 straight.
Cavateo and Schull, they're just trying to do too much right now. They're pressing. Errors are compounding.
And suddenly 9-2 in favor of Team Waters. And we'll keep it here. Quick reminder, CBS Sports Network, not only your home for the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, but the UEFA Europa League. Make sure you check out the semifinals coming up at 3 p.m. on CBS Sports Network or streaming on Paramount Plus. You were talking about the mixed reaction to the progressive draw.
Yeah, it's difficult to, a lot of the players are finding it difficult to get that rhythm, because singles obviously plays different than doubles, but then gender doubles plays different than mixed doubles in its own right as well. So some players are liking it because of that, switch up, and you're really playing 3 matches a day rather than playing out a full draw and you're playing 5 or 6. But yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag right now. I think more so because not a lot of players have been exposed to that progressive draw. It was kind of like rally scoring with MLP when that came in. So, we'll see. We'll see after the tournament how the feelings continue.
9-1. Schull and Cavateo are out of timeouts. And make it 10-1.
Again, that crossbody ball there from Leigh Waters. Takes it right into the right hip of Ava Cavateo. She's sitting backhand, has to slide across the body with that paddle.
And that's it here in game one. And the Waters close it out with 7 consecutive points to win it 11-2. And the Waters now a game away from getting to the semifinals and showing no signs of any let up here, Chad. They really have not been challenged so far.
Well, it was close to start with, and Schull and Cavateo were putting pressure on, but the Waters are so clean and they can turn it around. And you know, we saw Lee Waters with some pulls across the body, putting that pressure on. Annalee's going to move. She's going to create some havoc. And then what ends up happening, Schull and Cavateo, they start pressing. They start trying to do too much, and all of the errors start compounding. And ultimately, that's what cost them game one.
And they are ready to see if they can close this thing out in 2 games. And after what we saw in game one, no reason to think that that's not what's going to happen, although the Schull and Cavateo fans are certainly hoping that they can find a way to rally here. And what are you saying if you're in their box right now? Well, we'll save that for the other side. Let's take a quick timeout. We'll come back. Game 2 from Naples after this on CBS Sports Network. And welcome back to Naples, Florida, with the winning mother-daughter combo of Lee Waters and Annalee Waters. You ever get tired of hearing that? I feel like you hear that a lot.
No, I don't, and it's not often anymore that I actually get to play with Annalee, so it's nice to hear you say it again.
Annalee, I know how much it meant for you to win with her last year, and you guys are not the #1 seed this year, despite being the defending champs. Does that put a little chip on your shoulder?
I don't really look at the seeding, to be honest. I'm not a big draw person. I didn't even know who we played today until last night. So, I don't know, just kind of taking it one match at a time. Personally, I feel like we should be the #1 seed, but not really holding anything against it.
Lee, how tough is it for you? I know you haven't been playing a ton to come back out on this stage and play at this high of a level.
Yeah, that was the first team that's kind of given us a run and, you know, made me play a lot of long points, and the nerves definitely came out like from time to time. So yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge, but like I said, I just love getting on the court with Annalee, so I'm willing to get a little nervous to have the chance to play with her.
Yeah, and I misspoke yesterday when I interviewed. I said main draw. I meant the progressive draw. And how are you liking the progressive draw so far this week?
Yeah, it's been very nice. I'm pretty used to it because the PPA Tour has been doing progressive draw, but it's nice because I'm not playing singles. So I've had 2 matches, and now today that I'm not in mixed, I only have 1 match a day. So I'm like, man, this is kind of nice, only having 1 match a day. So I'm just enjoying it. I'm enjoying being here. I'm enjoying playing with my mom, just kind of having fun this week.
And obviously, I've got to ask you about last night. I know everybody wanted to see you and Andre win another game and be able to play a little bit longer, and I'm sure you felt the same way. How disappointed? First, let's talk about the loss, and we'll talk about the experience. How disappointing is it that the run is over?
It's disappointing, but at the same time, I felt like we proved what we wanted to prove and got the exposure we wanted to get. I felt like Andre proved he could stand on the court and play some pro pickleball, which a lot of people didn't think he could do. And they were hitting him a lot of balls, so every match and every point we won, it was pretty much Andre, which was pretty cool. I'm sure he's very proud of himself, but I mean, we're both disappointed. We're both such competitors. We've both won so many major tournaments, major events, so, you know, we're both I was pretty upset after losing. I'm sure Andre was too, but I'm also very proud of us and what we were able to accomplish.
And do you get a feeling he'll do it again?
I mean, maybe, who knows? He said yesterday, he's like, next time you see me, I'm going to have this shot, this shot, this shot. And I was like, all right, Andre. So I think it's definitely pushing him to want to become a better pickleball player. So maybe he'll call me up or I'll call him up and be like, all right, let's do it again, you know, in a year or so or something. But I definitely think we're going to partner together in other things, not necessarily playing pro events, just because we have such a great relationship now. And we both have the same ideas for the sport.
It was amazing. And Lee, I know you had a role in the background of all this coming together.
Yeah, I was just really so proud of them. I think, of course, everybody wanted to see them win, but one of the major goals was, hey, let's put them both out there and let's really grow the sport and let's reach eyeballs that haven't been reached yet. And that was the main goal, and I think we did that. And I think, like Annalee said, I mean, Andre had no idea what to expect playing the pro game. He didn't know what was out there, and now he knows, right? And he, you know, coming on the sidelines at the timeouts, he doesn't know the strategy yet. He's figuring it all out. He doesn't really know the difference between the right side and the left side and the
different strategies, which just shows you how much growth he has, right? So if he really wants to go back and like hit the books and hit the courts, he's got a very high ceiling. So
when we decided to play, he didn't have too much time to train, so I just kind of was like, let's go do it. So it's not like he was preparing for this moment for a very long time. So I hope people know that he hasn't been like training. It was just kind of a spur of the moment thing that we thought would be great for the sport.
How cool was it last night too? And I'm sure being on a yo-yo, not knowing where you guys were going to play, was an interesting ride to be on. But when they ultimately decided to say, hey, let's bring it on center court and we're going to just let everybody in, and the people, I doubt you saw it, but the people just piling in here, was that kind of cool to see?
It was crazy. It was awesome. Andre and I were both saying we love a rowdy court, whether that was outside or in the stadium. We just wanted there to be a lot of people cheering and just being there to see the match, and we got that, and it was electrifying. I think night matches in general are more electrifying, so the fact that it was late at night, the lights were on, everybody was going crazy, everybody was able to watch. I think it was just really cool, and it was really special, the U.S. Open, to allow everybody to come in, so it was a great experience.
Yeah. And Lee, one last one for you, and then I'll let you ladies go. Yeah, I've talked to you a bunch about Annalee's development and what she's becoming in this sport, but just the sport overall. I mean, when you first picked up a pickleball paddle and she was still kicking a soccer ball around, could you have ever envisioned that this would become what it is? I mean, this is amazing.
Yeah, no, we didn't. I mean, we were just doing it for fun. You know, we weren't making money. We were losing money traveling around all the tournaments just because we wanted to have fun and travel with our family. And, you know, in fact, in those days, Annalee was like the only kid almost that would show up at a tournament. And now, you know, I think all three of our matches so far, we've played teenagers, which is insane, you know, and yet there's a whole junior tour now. And the sport's just grown so much. I mean, who would have ever thought Annalee would share a court with Andre Agassi? I mean, it's just insane. And there's just no limits to this sport, which is what's really exciting, I think, for all of us. And we're just all trying to, like, help it grow and help it succeed.
Yeah,
we're doing that.
You're no longer the young one out here.
I know, right? I don't know how old the two girls were today, but yesterday I played somebody younger than me, and I was like, this is crazy. I'm always the one out here with nothing to lose.
Well, just keep it going, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys in the semis. Congratulations on the success, and it's amazing to watch.
A Bloody Mary should never be boring, and with Zing Zang, it never is. Our classic recipe is crafted to be bold, delicious, and full of zing. Want it extra spicy? Turn up the heat with our blazing Bloody Mary mix. Love dill pickles? We've got you covered. It's no wonder Zing Zang is America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. With 7 vegetable juices and bold blend of seasonings, Zing Zang is so good, the vodka is optional.
What's your duper?
So Eva, as we come back here to Zing Zang Championship Court, we got a Skechers Pickleball match summary. What are some of the things you're observing there?
Well, I mean, you know, obviously you're playing a pro split age, gender. So there's going to be one person over 50, one person under, and you know, you can see that they're going to target probably the, you know, champion pro, the seasoned pro, And that's where like errors come in more so because they were really focusing on Kelly Strobel. Kelly did a fantastic job, but the power of Megan and Sherry was just way too much. And they really iced out Sion Mendez, who was very impressive as a new time pickleball pro. She's going to do amazing things, but you know, Kelly did great, but they really isolated Kel. And even though it says a lot of errors for that team, I think that there were tougher points than you saw. It was much more strategic. I mean, they just, once you get at one player and you get them down, you really kind of stay on them. So, Kelly did a great job, but Megan and Sherry were smarter and they had less errors and they really executed their game plan well.
And ultimately they were able to close it out 11-5,
Exactly.
11-4, 11-5. And but right now we're starting another bracket. We're not starting. The bracket's been moving along, but we're going to bring you the men's split age. About to serve right there is Marcelo Jardim.
Okay, so what I'm really curious about is that Tom Murphy, who is in the light blue, is a pro platform player.
0-0-1.
And the reason why I say that is because after tennis, I played pro platform tennis competitively as well. So I'm going to assume that he's going to be very smart, wristy. He is going to use a lot of angles. He's not going to be afraid of the ball. He'll probably use the lob. So I really think that platform players coming to pickleball definitely have a lot of tools in their toolbox.
Point.
And they definitely adapt to pickleball much faster than a tennis player would.
2-0-2.
Schiller goes to drop it. A little bobble on the net.
As I said, the lob. He's good.
Yeah, I mean, already we're seeing some athleticism. The youngest player on the court there, Cameron, jumping up and being quite aggressive, actually, from the very first serve.
Yeah, I mean, Cameron's going to be big. He's going to hit hard. He's going to put a lot of pressure. He's going to close. He's going to try to poach. I think you're going to see more finesse, more spins on the Schiller and Murphy side.
2-0-1.
Heats it up into the left shoulder. Cameron tried to lean out of the way, but it caught his left shoulder there coming back. So we're 1-2-3.
3-0-1.
Tries to go hit the corner,
Just
goes
out,
a little
just
long.
out. And then you have long time Marcelo Jardim. Nice
Very
serve.
soft. Almost like a knuckle burl serve, right? When you slow it up that much.
Nice. That's all right. Bad luck. But you know, that serve, even though it looks like wimpy, it's not. It's actually such a strategic move because these guys want to hit hard. And
you don't give them any pace.
No, and they have to create it, and there's a good chance the wind's going to take it. So that's really smart. So he can't just float that. So Matt can't just float that volley. He's got to stick it because
Ronan Cameron, I mean, his speed, his athleticism, his lateral movement there, he's going to poach as much as he can.
That's not going to work.
Yeah.
Point.
Yeah, and again, we've seen Marcelo Jardim here on the championship court doing quite well. This is our first time, I believe, seeing Murphy and Schiller on championship court. Both of them hail from Indianapolis.
Oh, that's out. That was good, though. I mean, Tom Murphy tried to keep Marcelo back 3 times. He actually could have just gone one more time back before trying to have such an extreme angle. But there's no need to move it if the guy's not on the kitchen line.
Yeah. That's a great statement. There's no need to move it if he's not on the kitchen line. Just keep keeping him back.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to just suffocate that person. You want to suffocate the person that's back and not allow them to come up.
So with a quick 1, 2, 3, we're tied up.
Yeah.
Cameron almost got another body bag there, but Schiller was able to duck out of the way. It goes long.
3-3-1.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is that Marcelo and Rowan are really leaning in, trying to take whatever they can. But Tom Murphy and Matt Schiller need to get in, stick their volleys harder, and not reset.
Okay.
See, he should be in there looking for that. He hit such an aggressive ground stroke. Like, he needs to close on that one. Otherwise, these guys are going to keep him back.
3-3-1.
That's a good reset. Okay, you can do that all day. You can do that all day. Okay, as long as they move it around. But what their problem is that they're Tom Murphy and Matt Schiller are not getting to the kitchen when they serve. So they're not going to create points for themselves.
Thought that was wide. Yeah, okay.
Yep. That's all right.
Yeah, I mean, again, once upon a time, the only thing we talked about is like third shot drop. But now that, you know, that really aggressive drive right at your opponent. Sometimes if they're just blocking on the lat one, you just got to paddle up, blocked it wide. But of course, in this one, we go through. I mean, Cameron is overhitting a little bit. It's almost like if he doesn't get an opponent in the way, his balls are going a little long.
Right. That's a good reset.
Oh,
nice
job.
Point. That was behind Marcelo. I don't think he had to hit that one. But you know what? Why not? Right? Why not? They're take some chances, give him some surprise looks.
Another soft serve.
Good.
Point.
Okay, that's a good close. That was a good close by Tom.
5-4-1. Second serve.
Okay, you don't have to go for that much. Honestly, I just think that he should go right back to Marcelo, who was returning. There's no reason to have to try to go behind Rowan. Nice. Again, Matt Schiller and Tom Murphy are returning to the person that's standing at the net. So all the time is taken away from them, and then they're hitting it right to their feet, and they wonder why they're losing that point. They need to go back to the returner.
Second serve.
Jargine a little frustrated there with that.
4-5-2.
Oh, okay, that's a paddle shot. That's good. That's good. He could just use his wrist for that. That's sweet.
Here's a Franklin X40 replay. Yeah, just kind of boop.
5-4-1.
Good off-speed serve.
Second serve.
Got to keep it out of the middle. Rowan's just waiting to hunt. Just waiting.
Point. Timeout receivers. 6-4-2.
Yeah, after having, they kind of started, they fought their way back. They got 3 in a row, but now they're finding themselves behind again at 6-3. So timeout's been called, 6-4, favoring Murphy and Schiller.
Yep.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by the Baldwin Group, your perfect doubles partner for navigating personal and health insurance needs. Learn more at baldwin.com. By Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again. By the USOP National Pickleball Center. Come, join the action today. And by Wilson Sporting Goods and the all-new Vesper pickleball paddles. Vesper, if they were any better, they'd be illegal.
So, Eva, we're already seeing, as you see them talking there, some strategy. There's a little bit more aggressive play than the last match we saw with the women. But I think Jarjim and Cameron are a little frustrated right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they need to develop the point. They can't just press their way through. And that's the thing is, like, you know, just because you look across the net and you say, oh my gosh, I think I can beat this skill set. Like, you still have to execute. You can't press your way through. You have to develop points. And I know Rowan wants to hit hard, but he's got to be just a little bit more selective. That's a smart shot by Rowan. Okay, so they came back and basically they said, I'm going to be a little bit more patient and not just hit the hard one right off the bat.
4-6-1.
So they get the ball back. Only
That's
2 points
good,
behind.
That's a good return.
They came right up into his chest.
The middle is not open. So Tom and Matt need to get it outside the middle of the court. Rowan's going to eat him up.
Nice little flick there.
Yeah, it's just, again, did it bounce? No, it stayed in the air, right?
Yeah.
Now, he would have had him if it bounced, but he can't float the ball at all.
6-6-1.
Oh, he's everywhere. Rowan is everywhere. There we go. Come on, he wants some applause, folks.
The Franklin X Flurry replay there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice, sweet, sweet. You just couldn't find an opening, you know.
So,
I mean, it's just, you just got behind up.
We were about to say they were down after that, 5, 6, 7 in a row. Now the timeout's been called by the other team, and they're going to try to stop this momentum.
Yep.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready, always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So I have to say that I like Tom Murphy's spin, especially with this wind. I think that it's causing a little bit of chaos.
Yeah.
And so that's why Marcelo and Rowan need to be a little bit more patient before they strike, because the spin is screwing them up a little bit.
Yeah, and there's just enough wind with the spin to make that ball unpredictable.
Correct. Oh, he didn't commit to it.
Yeah.
He did. I think he was probably like, should I do an ATP? And then he said no, and then he was indecisive.
7-6-2.
So they get that side out. I mean, sorry, second serve.
That's a good shot.
Side up.
So that's where you don't want to get like a sitting forehand to somebody, because they have the option of down the line, cross court lob, so many choices. That's a good serve. Okay, and that's the paddle player.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I love it. I absolutely love it.
Now we say another Franklin X40 replay. 1, 2. He had his own 4 in a row there to say, I can do this too. I'm going to stop that momentum. I'm going to put another point on the board, and we are tied up at 7-7.
And remember, guys, Tom Murphy in the light blue, this is his first U.S. Open. I mean, he's playing against some top talent and showing no nerves. Oh, just a little bit out. Yeah, the wind's going that way, though.
Clearly by rule of stands, second serve.
So that platform tennis background, again, a smaller court than traditional.
I mean, he's used to it. This is the same size as a platform court. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Sheila keeps it in play.
Oh, nice. Okay, there's the youngster. Okay, we'll give that to him. Nice job, Ron.
another replay.
7-7-1.
Yeah, right into the left hip.
Doesn't have to be that good. Too much wrist. You got to clear the net, folks. The net's your first opponent. Yeah, that spin is very difficult to pick up with a top spin. I'm very pro slice. I love slice versus top spin on the pickleball court.
All right, come back to what you just said about your the slice that you're referencing.
I mean, what's the object of the game? It's to get the other team to lift it up, right? Slice is the slice. When you hit it, it stays low.
Oh, he gets it. And this time it goes long.
That's okay. Went too many times to the well, but I love it. Good job, Rowan, getting that back.
7-8-2.
He gets it, but Georgine with the big overhead. Oh, nice. Both players going back to cover the other side of the court. He waited just long enough and put that angle.
I do think that Tom and Matt Schiller should be a little bit more selective when they lob now. It seems like they might be getting tired, or they might be feeling like they're getting
quick Franklin
beat.
replay.
Yeah.
Referee timeout. There it is.
They need to pick their spots when more offensive lobs versus defensive lobs.
Okay,
they need to find a different shot.
Well, earlier that little platform tennis flick that Miller did was highly effective, but another timeout. The referee did a referee timeout as they're finding the ball, and we'll just take another quick moment to hear from some of our amazing sponsors.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by California Sports Services, the official surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Engage Pickleball, bringing you the new X2, our most powerful spin-generating paddle. By Kitsch Pickleball, the official merchandise store of the U.S. Open. And by Duper, the gold standard in pickleball ratings worldwide.
So we've gone back and forth, Eva. You know, the momentum has shifted, and it's a tight match here. We're at 7-8, or actually, Georgine Cameron serving at 8-7. What are you seeing progressing?
Well, I think that Marcelo and Rowan are now in an offensive position. They've kept Tom and Matt Schiller in a defensive position, whereas before they were owning it. So it's definitely a momentum shift between the teams. It's like who's controlling the point, you know?
So Georgine Cameron
9-7-1.
2 points away from game one, going their way.
Good.
Yeah, came all the way across. Little pop on the net.
Point.
I just think it was too low. I mean, you're getting it right in their wheelhouse, right? So you're going to have to either go up towards the neck, or you're going to have to redirect someplace else.
Game point. Serve.
Too
Point
much.
in game, 11-7.
Okay, but you know what? I mean, Marcelo and Rowan, they finally came back. They said, okay, we're going to be patient. We're going to wait one more shot before we go big.
So game number one goes to Georgine Cameron, but we got another game coming up after this, and it was close enough that we do not know how it's going to turn out.
A Bloody Mary should never be boring. And with Zing Zang, it never is. Our classic recipe is crafted to be bold, delicious, and full of zing. Want it extra spicy? Turn up the heat with our blazing Bloody Mary mix. Love dill pickles? We've got you covered. It's no wonder Zing Zang is America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. With 7 vegetable juices and bold blend of seasonings, Zing Zang is so good, the vodka is optional.
What's your duper?
Juniors. So as we have a shot there, Ronan Cameron, who, you know, he was kind of dominating with some of his speed and athleticism in game number 1. We expect to see that as well in game number 2, Eva. Right now we are about to have Jardine there in the white Sabra shirt. Spent a lot of time in Spain. Sabra's a Spanish pickleball company.
So that's just, that's not going to work. Right now, Matt Schiller and Tom Murphy are going against the wind.
Right.
So they're going to feel free to hit out. That's a good move.
Second serve.
The middle is not available. And so, I mean, Tom Murphy has to go behind Rowan more. I'd like to see a little bit more of that. Like really try to spread. There we go.
Yep, again. Rolls along the top of the net.
Yep.
I think Schiller thought it might have dropped in, but it
1-0-2.
There's that quick moment. You'll see the ball roll here.
Oh, that was a generous call, I think.
Point.
So just finished up another point real quick there.
So my guess right now is that Matt Schiller and Tom Murphy are feeling just a lot of pressure to make something amazing happen, and now they're missing. More starting to hit in the net wide, like just get it to the ground.
0-2-1.
Try to make the other team hit another ball shot.
Lob goes long.
Yep.
Second serve.
That's similar to that little flick he tried to do in the last game, which was extremely effective. But again, he does have the wind.
I'm actually surprised it didn't go in.
Yeah.
They're going against the wind.
Side out. Second serve.
Jardine with a strong forehand going across court there.
2-0-1.
Ball back.
0-2-2.
That's a good shot.
Sir.
That's a good shot. So what Matt Schiller did is just held it there for one more second because he had so many options because it was on his forehand.
Side out.
A little pop on the net. You hear the groan from the audience.
Yep.
Ronan Cameron talking to himself there a bit.
Side out.
There we go. Now they're starting to move things around a little bit. Rowan's being very patient. Nice job.
Second serve.
Good. Good job by Rowan. I thought he was going to, like, hit one hard just out of it.
0-2-2.
Yeah, he's been driving so much.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's okay.
Point.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Second serve.
You definitely don't want to
1-2-2.
sit a drop in front of Marcelo or Rowan because they're going to hit.
Yeah.
You've got to get it so that it's pushing
Side
towards
out.
their calves so that they have to make a decision. Do I drop it or do I hit it out of the air? But they don't have something that they can attack.
2-1-1. 1-2-2.
Around the post.
Okay, there we go.
Second serve.
Nice shot.
Got his paddle on it for defense, but ultimately goes a little wide. Murphy
Yeah.
had enough heat on that around
Yep.
the post, too. Really drove it.
2-1-2.
He was backing up. I mean, he knew
Yeah.
it was coming. He needs
Yeah.
to stay in there and actually go out to it instead
Hold
of
the
wait
line.
for it.
1,
Yep,
2.
hold the line. That's a good drop. So much spin on that thing. I mean, when it hits, it's just going to jump.
Timeout receivers. 4-1. 1 minute.
All right, so tables turned just enough that a
Yeah.
timeout's been called. You can see a little bit of frustration as Schiller and Murphy talk. We will let them continue to strategize, and we'll be back with you in a moment.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by the Baldwin Group, your perfect doubles partner for navigating personal and health insurance needs. Learn more at baldwin.com. By Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again. By the USOP National Pickleball Center. Come, join the action today. And by Wilson Sporting Goods and the all-new Vesper Pickleball Paddles. Vesper, if they were any better, they'd be illegal.
So the shot of one of our amazing refs for the second year in a row, Eva, every match has got a ref on it.
Yeah, I mean, that is unprecedented. I mean, and I really applaud the Franklin U.S. Open for committing to that, to all the players. It makes it so much more professional, seamless. The matches move more quickly, less confusion, and just respect for all players is amazing.
4-1-2.
Yeah.
Point.
So a timeout didn't quite help out. They got another point on the board, finding themselves 5-1, which the biggest
5-1-2.
deficit compared to game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they just can't get it down. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when
Yeah, and
everything,
when he can, you know, his athleticism,
Yeah.
he just jumping across, flick of
Yeah.
the wrist, right back at you.
6-1-2.
It's not going to work.
Marcelo and Rowan just have just so many weapons, you know, and I can see now that Matt and Tom are kind of like on their heels, backing up a little bit instead of staying in there. And, you know, I mean, it's, oh,
There's another one.
that was going
Marcelo
out too.
gets it.
Okay, Rowan's feeling no pain.
Oh.
Rowan's feeling no pain because that was out. I think he just wanted to do like a, you know, an Ernie and be big, but.
Ultimately, they were able to stop it, forcing a side
1-7-1.
Yeah, things are just getting so behind.
Yeah.
They're just reacting.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Point.
That's an interesting. It's quite
Yeah.
low. He tried to do like a little flick, not even an up
Yeah.
and over.
I mean, Rowan's feeling very confident right now.
2-7-1.
Yeah.
Second serve.
I mean, balls are coming back they probably aren't expecting
yeah.
because the young person, like, you know.
2-7-2.
And they're really just reset. Tom and Matt are just really resetting most of the shots.
Point.
All right.
They're doing a great job, but Marcelo and Rowan just, you know,
3-7-2.
their experience and, you know, their skill set is just stronger.
Yeah, Ronan just sort of steps in, anticipates that.
Yeah, you just can't stay on Marcelo, though. I mean, you've got to be moving the ball constantly to keep Rowan just off balance. You know, I mean, they should have gone one here, one there. You know, I mean, you really have to just create havoc, you know. They're in a tough position because they don't have the power.
Looking for the ball back in the corner. It's my understanding that Ronan Cameron has done some training actually with Simone Jardim.
Oh, wonderful.
And was originally, and I don't know if he still is, but connected with her Youth Pickleball Foundation.
That's wonderful. Simone's one of the best coaches out there, so he's very lucky to have that type of instruction. Oh, okay.
He wanted that. I think
that
he wanted
hurt him.
Shaking his head right now.
Yeah.
7-3-2.
That's a good point.
Yeah, nice.
Oh,
there he goes, Murphy.
Side out.
Nice.
I think that was kind of our point of the match so far.
3,
So
7,
it's back
1.
and forth. Okay.
So what happened? I mean, Tom Murphy stayed on that line. He didn't back up. And where did he hit the ball? At the ground. Like he's not getting it forward.
Right.
I mean,
they're not playing catch.
Right. So all the amateurs out there,
4,
especially
7,
any
1.
players, like your goal should be to get the ball down immediately. Anything forward is just going to come back that much faster usually. So just stand your ground and get to on the top of the ball and just hit it down.
4-7-2.
I like the move though.
Side out.
I like the move.
So
7-4-1.
last service they were able to hold him. We'll see if they can keep him from getting points again.
Point.
I would kind of stay away from Rowan. It's like you give him a ball and it comes back twice as fast. You know, like if you're not reloading fast to get that,
8-4-1.
you got to go to Marcelo. And Marcelo does a great job too.
Yeah. Well, and it feels a little like they're doing a 1-2, right? Marcelo just goes cross court to Murphy. He kind of goes straight back to
and then it goes.
Cameron. Yeah.
9-4-1.
Oh,
Nice.
what a great dip. Oh my gosh. There should be.
How do you do that? Suggestion to people. What do you say?
I mean, that's a lot of just.
10-4-1.
That's a lot of wrist dipping on your paddle.
Yeah, a little bit high.
Yeah, a little bit high. Anything high is going to get killed.
10-4-2.
Match point. There you go. Both the 11-4. Game number 1, 11-8. And Jardim and Cameron will be moving through the bracket and see if they can find their way back to Zing Zang Championship Court later today. Eva, we got a lot to come here in this unique U.S. Open created pro split age bracket.
Yeah, we definitely want to thank our new sponsor Franklin for being our title sponsor here. Huge support, and we're just loving having them.
We all have dreams for our retirement. Sometimes the dream is about living near the beach or the grandkids. Sometimes the dream includes spending a lot of time on the pickleball court. Whatever the dream, staying strong and healthy is what allows us to enjoy it. And the Baldwin Group's health insurance advisors can help you find the right Medicare plan for you, guiding you through plan options so you can choose your coverage with confidence. Visit info.baldwin.com/pickleball to get started.
Welcome to the National Pickleball Center. In the heart of Naples, Florida, the premier destination for pickleball. Join leagues, play tournaments, or improve your game with clinics and lessons for every level. With 65 courts built for championship play. The world's best pickleball is closer than ever. The US OP National Pickleball Center, home of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
He's a big guy, because video you don't know. He was just at the deck. So, Eva, with a lot of back and forth, but it was pretty lopsided, as you can see there. What's your analysis of the Skechers Pickleball match summary?
You know, it really came down to like some patience, moving the ball around. But once Rowan and Marcelo Jargin forced themselves with one shot, like hit a harder shot, it was basically like a 1-2 play. So, you know, it's just you've got to have some great reloads back so that, you know, and I know it says a lot of errors, but those are a lot of forced errors as far as I'm concerned, you know, the 1-2 plays. It's not so much like, oh, they got a return and they missed. I didn't see a lot of like sloppiness.
Yeah. Well, you can see there, you know, some of those unforced errors, there's a lot of back and forth, but ultimately there were just too many putaways. I mean, we can see it from the recap.
It was just a 1-2 play, 1-2 play, 1-2 play. And I think that those are more forced errors than errors.
Yeah.
So that makes a big difference, you know, because that means it's a closer match than just all of a sudden you can't even get a point started.
But ultimately, Jargin and Cameron move through. They're going into the quarterfinals themselves after that with one last shot of Zing Zang Championship Court. Again, this open air arena is one of a kind. It's truly spectacular. The crowds, the seats are filling up, and Eva, there's more to come.
Yeah, a ton. And outside on these grounds, we've really spruced it up. Many more vendors. As far as from apparel to food vendors to just the excitement's out there. It is, if you guys saw they'll do some spans later, but it is pretty amazing each year the improvements that are happening. And thanks to Franklin and our other sponsors for allowing us to improve as each year goes by, especially for our 10th anniversary.
And so definitely the 10th anniversary is going to be all week long, and we'll be back to in a moment for more great gameplay.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
Welcome back to our coverage from Naples, Florida, everybody, as we are just about set to go with our final match of the day. And boy, is this ever a surprise. We were expecting Andre Agassi and Annalie Waters to play back on the backcourts for their second match of the day, but they decided at the last minute, you know what, let's put it on Championship Court, and you and I are certainly not complaining, Chad Edwards.
No, not at all. And honestly, I think it was a smart decision. There were so many people around the back courts that it was actually dangerous because people were trying to just cram in to watch this match.
Obviously, Andre and Annalie Waters, #1 ranked women's player in the world on the near court. And on the far court, starting off the serve is Tran Hyun McLean and her teammate Len Yang. And we are underway at 0-0-2. Side out to get it started, so
good. Yeah, I was going to say good pressure there from Agassi and Waters, pinning McLean and trying back at the, well, Yang back at the baseline.
And Andre able to catch up to that one off the paddle of Yang.
And watch for Len Yang to really try and manipulate the ball. He's got a table tennis background. He's very wristy. Creates a lot of spin.
Agassi the winner and the first point of the match.
Len spends some time out in Austin training with Monroe.
They hadn't earned it though, Andre and Annalie.
Yeah, good footwork there from Agassi.
6-9-2. 6-9-2. ATP defended by
nice
Annalie.
patience.
Yang had her back.
Excellent patience there from McLean. Lets that ball develop, get around the post. Waters is there to defend, but you see Yang step over. Was able to put the pressure on there with the elevated ball.
Yang and McLean 6 points in their last 9 total serves. So Andre sees an opening and exploits it.
Nice little backhand flick there from Agassi. Goes back behind Yang. Again, that's a ball where Yang, he steps over, doesn't do anything with it, ends up just putting himself out of position.
Ooh, that's a nice shot by Annalie to handcuff Yang and put them on the precipice here of game 1. Game point. Well, all things considered, that was a lot easier than anything this morning or early afternoon as they take it 11-7.
Well, they came out, got a few free points with those missed returns, got off to the early lead. Yang and McLean found a little momentum down the stretch here, but they'll need to make some big adjustments going into game 2 if they want to push this to 3.
And we will have game 2 coming up for you after this timeout. Stay with us as we continue our coverage of the 2025 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships presented by Margaritaville.
me do the talking.
You bring the money?
Of course. First, show me your step.
Once you try it, there's no going back. Say the field lasts hours.
Let's play.
You always want more. You start, the friends are gonna want to try it too.
Please, freeze! Those pads are illegal. Hand them over. This can be. These are dual approved.
My play?
At Pickleball Den, our cutting-edge software revolutionizes the game for club managers, pickleball league and tournament directors, and passionate players everywhere. As the tech that powers the sport, our powerful automations are the driving force. With essential tools to power all your pickleball play, we help you elevate your events, delivering unparalleled quality that players love. Proudly serving as the official tournament software of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Level up your pickleball experience at pickleballden.com.
So welcome back. Wherever you are around the world, what you're looking at is some of the beautiful waterways along Florida's Paradise Coast, Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades. Coming up, we were going to be coming back into East Naples Community Park, the USOP National Pickleball Center. But again, this part of the country is unlike almost any other. Eva, you live here, you live in Michigan, but you've chosen to come down to Naples. You're familiar with these waterways.
Yes. You know, I absolutely love Naples. I live next door, and a shout out to all the Isles of Collier Preserve community members, because the residents there have really helped with the volunteering and our huge support system for this tournament. But Naples, Collier County, a huge thanks to Collier County for their support and partnership in this tournament and year-round at USOP. We couldn't do it, obviously, without them. Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful weather. It's literally paradise every day. The facilities here at USOP are bar none, some of the best in the world, and we're just so blessed to be able to host this here. This is our home for a long time to come. So I hope that if you haven't already ventured here for this tournament, please do. If not, just come another time of the year, because it's amazing.
12 months of the year. What you're looking at right now is Zing Zang Championship Court. But normally you wouldn't have these bleachers here. There'd be 4 more courts on the left, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. But again, East Naples Community Park, I want to give a shout out to, it's hard sometimes to get government and private to work together, and this is truly a great testament of how that can happen. It was a East Naples Community Park, a public park. This isn't a 100% private facility that's hands-off. It is open to the public. It is very accessible. And again, the USOP National Pickleball Center operates and runs it. You actually coach here too, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. the USOP, I mean, they're really bringing in some really young pros, exciting programming outside of even pickleball. I mean, they have cornhole tournaments, you know, and they're looking to expand into other areas too. So it's going to become a pickleball haven, but also kind of community events as well. So there's a lot to be grown here. And Justin Romero, who is the executive director of the USOP, has done a phenomenal job. The Pro Shop has the best brands around and paddles. So if you're looking for any attire, make sure you come down here. But it's just a great place, community, friends. You know, it's just amazing what pickleball does for people, no matter where they are in their lives.
Yeah, and this week the Pro Shop has sort of been converted. Kitsch Pickleball's taken it over. There's tons of official US Open apparel and gear and stuff in there. But again, you talk about Justin. Shout out to Justin, as well as one of our team members, Steve Nikolic. They're going to be competing in the pro bracket later this week.
Yep, and both pros here as well. I mean, if you're looking for top instruction, I mean, Steven is one of the top pros here, as well as Justin, and they're open and ready to serve you and teach you this amazing game.
Referee is coming up to the players. We're getting close. They're warming up. We are coming up on the women's split age. We just saw earlier Sherry Quarter, Megan Fudge. They progressed through. Both of these teams here are going to be battling to try to kind of make their way through. So Simone Jardim and Carolina
okay, you don't get me on that. Yeah.
Okay,
Escarate.
so we got to double check that. Sorry.
Can we just say Carolina?
Yeah, Carolina. So the veteran again. I think if you saw in the background, many of the people who've been a part of the pickleball world for a number of years know Simone Jardim. You know, she's again has won so many medals and was in many ways people consider the kind of the queen of pickleball, both in terms of her performance as an athlete, as well as all the stuff she's done to help grow the sport. We said earlier the junior championships yesterday, and there was a single junior championships finishing today. So Simone Jardim Pickleball Foundation was sponsoring the junior championships, but right now she's out here as a player, not just a coach.
Yeah, so actually Simone is the under 50, and Carolina just turned 50 and is now competing in the Champions Pro event, and she is wrecking havoc already. Her first tournament, she won gold in both women's and in mixed Champion Pro, and we expect big things from her at this tournament.
And on the near court, Novoseletsky and Revuelta. Revuelta just served.
Side out.
Yeah.
So right there in the black, there's Revuelta, 19 years old, sort of taking pickleball by storm right now. And then her partner in the two-tone purple or lavender is Ellen Novoseletsky. We're looking at Simone Jardim serving.
So Carolina, who is Simone's partner, with the well, they both have visors on, don't they? With the shorts on, she is going to be very active. She's very quick. She likes to kind of serve and volley, if you will, explode forward. She has great hands. Okay, they're doing a good job keeping them back. Carolina's in. Nice. Good job. Very patient point. Simone and Carolina hung out in the transition zone, reset, 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 got into the kitchen line, and then found their opening.
You can see right there that Franklin X40 replay. We come back.
Good resets. Good. Okay, so again, you see that they're going to, Simone and Carolina are going to be probably icing out Brooke in the black and focusing on Ellen so far. Good. Okay, so we see the drop shot. Okay, the drop shot and lob are used constantly at the Champion Pro level. So you're probably going to see Ellen, you know, Simone and Carolina drop shotting Ellen. Brooke's not seeing a ball. So again, she saw a ball, but she's going to get the ball when it's an attack.
Right.
She's going to get the ball when, you know, they have every option in the world. They're never going to just give it to her to have her set up. Yeah.
We do have two forehands in the middle there with.
Right. So Ellen's looking around because there are blind spots on this court. And unfortunately, like, I'm sure that Simone hit it, and then all of a sudden, maybe there was a dark spot, because Ellen was like looking around going, where did that ball come from?
Right.
3-0-1.
It's a good angle. That's what they're going to need to do. Like, don't just hit it directly to a player. Make them move at least 2 steps, left, right, up, back.
3-0-2.
Jardine get.
Good get, good get. Okay, as I said, seniors like to use drop shots and lobs.
0-3-1.
Brooke Rovelta just served, drives it back, but into the net. She's recently chosen to kind of postpone college and go pro pickleball.
Goes in.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Good job, Ellen. Ellen's really hanging in there.
Yeah.
She's really staying on that.
Oh.
Nice. They're really staying. Okay, but you know what? I mean, Ellen just did a phenomenal job. At some point, you know, there's 2 against 1.
Is that for the next 40 replay?
3-0-1.
It's like 2 against 1, and then all of a sudden they're going to get the right shoulder.
Yeah.
There we go again with the drop.
Somebody.
Yep.
Second serve.
So Brooke is a pretty impressive young lady. She is one of many young professional athletes to join the Armed Forces Entertainment Pickleball Tour.
Oh, double hit there.
Yeah. Brooke went to 12 U.S. military bases in Turkey and Germany, Italy, Spain, and more. And they rallied the troops and coached family members and proved that paddle and positive energy can travel anywhere. So kudos to her for being a trailblazer in that arena.
Okay, so after that ball goes long, the receivers call their timeout, and they're down 5-0, which is not a place you like to be. And we'll see what changes for them, or if Jardine and her partner take it on to the quarterfinals.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Zing Zang. Enjoy America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with original, blazing, and new dill pickle. By Knox Pickleball. Performance so good, it's almost illegal. Discover more at knoxsportusa.com. By Pickleball Den, the tech that powers the sport. Essential tools to power all your pickleball play. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 17th through 24th, 2027.
So as we come back, you see the conversation going down there. They find themselves 5-0. You know, that's not a good place.
Yeah. I mean, if I was Ellen, I'd try to probably stay forward with my shots to try to get Brooke involved. The more she goes cross court, the more she takes Brooke out of the picture. I know it's tough because she's getting picked on. They're definitely, you know, suffocating Ellen, and she's doing a phenomenal job resetting. But eventually, you can only reset so many times, and then somebody's going to take over. But I would try to stay maybe forward or neutral, and so Brooke can try to get more involved.
She's just driving right back at
I mean,
her.
But I mean, there's no power. Like Ellen has to try to get those. Ellen has to try to get those volleys down to the ground.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
it's almost like just a block volley at that point.
Right. I mean. If Ellen can try to counter down, like really reach in, and when they're coming, just flick it at the ground as hard as she can, then she can stop that momentum forward by Carolina or Simone. See, she's just resetting.
Side out.
Okay, that was good. That was good.
Okay.
Okay, Ellen's trying to like pump herself up, being positive, which I love.
0-7-1.
You're never down. It's never over.
Second serve. 0-7-2.
This is moving fast.
Yeah. All right, that's slow lob serve you talked about.
Yep. Just two in the air.
Yeah.
Everything is just sitting up. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, she's doing a great job. She has to get this thing to bounce. Otherwise, try to lob over them, try to get them off the kitchen line, do something different.
Point.
Ball goes just long.
Brooke and Ellen may want to just change sides to give a different look.
Right.
You know, just because she's a lefty doesn't mean that she has to
yeah.
stay on the deuce side. Like,
Right.
do something different. Shake it up. Brooke actually probably can move more on the
Right.
left side.
Yeah, you know, with these new pairings, sometimes you're like, am I being polite? You know,
8-0-2.
do you
I mean, Brooke just has to insert herself somehow. Like,
Point.
if Ellen gets it down, just impose herself. Just impose herself.
Right.
9-0-2.
So quickly at 9-0. The edge of shutout.
That reset.
Yeah, Carolina with that nice little flat back.
I mean, at this point, when Carolina or Georgine goes hard at her, I think she should try to go harder back.
And here we are at game point.
10-0-2.
Quick 10-0, just bobbles over the net.
Side out.
Little fun banter between Simone and Brooke.
0-10-1.
Just get in there. Hug the middle, hug the middle. That's smart. Oh, good try. I like that, though. I like that. But see, just that little pressure that Brooke moving to the left made Carolina go behind her. So she's forcing traffic a different way. Simone's so good at that, though. I mean, she rarely misses that. She's so good going up at the face. She's so good. They get a point. Yay! That's what they were clapping about.
Yeah.
Yay! Oh, she caught her leaning. She caught her leaning.
Well, I think what's fun about this court is, clearly there are favorites at times, but in general, they root for the underdog. If nobody likes to see a shutout, even everybody here in the arena, they don't think that.
No, and I think the spectators are all looking for just really good pickleball.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly, yeah. All right, with 2 points on the board, it's a lot of
10-1.
Long way up.
Long way up, but
good momentum going into the second, depending on what happens,
Yeah.
right? So if they don't achieve it,
Second serve.
hold off that first serve.
10-2.
Another game point.
oopsie, oopsie. Okay. Do we have 4? I think we have 4.
2-10-1.
2? Oh,
Yeah,
oh, it was theirs. Okay, okay. Sorry. Nice pickups.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just.
It's literally a drill session. Drill session with one person on the court.
Oh.
Second serve.
I love the idea, though.
Yeah, Nova
I mean, she's
Selesky's
got to
there.
try
Yeah.
it. I mean,
it
she's
was
got to
close,
try
too.
it.
It's
She
the
can't
right
just
place.
dink.
Yeah, she got behind her. It was the right time.
10-2.
It just a little long.
You've got to try something else. There's got to be a plan B. You can't just dink and wait for them to just go hard at you.
Side up.
Yeah, it's hard at this point, too. You get frustrated. And then how do you keep your
10-1.
head? How do you reset your brain? 4th game point.
Good job.
Second serve.
I love that Brooke is smiling, positive reinforcement to Ellen because she's seen
Yeah.
most of the balls.
Yep.
That's the type of player, that's the type of partner you want. Tough in this situation.
Side up.
All right, so they've held them 2 times in a row. No points on the board. Saya,
2-10-1.
breathe a sigh of relief. You have another
Yeah.
chance.
Oh, get in there, baby.
Yeah.
It was out.
Yes, yeah.
Point.
I would have been all over that. I'm not great about hitting out ball. I'm like, I'll hit everything.
3-10-1.
Driving at her again.
Nice. Out.
Close again.
Second serve.
I think what I would do is have Ellen just sit on a backhand and then get Brooke to move over a little bit more and just put her forehand in there.
Especially, yeah, because she's the lefty.
Yeah, I mean, and just leave that right side open and try to just bait them.
You have 3.
Yeah, we haven't really
3,
seen
10-2.
how fast she can or can't move, how quickly she could come back over to the right. And nor have their opponents seen that either.
Right. Like, get in there. Okay, good girl. Oh, that's too bad. Good idea, though. Good idea. She's going with the win, though. Like, on the other side, that will be a different story.
But they got 1 point on the board. I mean, they held
Yep.
them twice.
Yep.
If they can hold them again, get
really
one more
good
point,
stuff.
they just fight
Yep.
their way
3-1.
through.
Okay, just stay here and see what happens. Just stay. Nope.
Ugh.
Point. Game. 11-3. Timeout.
So after 1,
Game
2, 3,
ends.
4,
2
5,
minutes.
take six attempts there. They finally close out game number 1.
Yep.
And again, we saw 3 game matches yesterday. We've seen it before. And we'll see if this can go to game number 2 or game number 3 after this.
We all have dreams for our retirement. Sometimes the dream is about living near the beach or the grandkids. Sometimes the dream includes spending a lot of time on the pickleball court. Whatever the dream, staying strong and healthy is what allows us to enjoy it. And the Baldwin Group's health insurance advisors can help you find the right Medicare plan for you, guiding you through plan options so you can choose your coverage with confidence. Visit info.baldwin.com/pickleball to get started.
Welcome to the National Pickleball Center. In the heart of Naples, Florida, the premier destination for pickleball. Join leagues, play tournaments, or improve your game with clinics and lessons for every level. With 65 courts built for championship play. The world's best pickleball is closer than ever. The USOP National Pickleball Center, home of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
So with a quick look, looks like some soccer footwork there by Carolina playing with the ball. Number 2 was almost a shutout. We were right on the edge of a 11-0, but only 11-3 as we come back to game 2. Carolina serves, Simone returns.
Side out.
So I'm sure that Simone and Carolina know that Brooke's probably going to try to get more involved, which she should.
0-0-1.
I mean, the minute Brooke gets the ball, she needs to do something. And she needs to just start taking over a little bit more.
1-0-1.
I mean, even if just moving around more to throw them off.
Yeah, create chaos. That's just tough, though.
That's a great way to put it, like just saying create chaos, right? There's something about just like something that's not predictable.
Right. And I would like to see Ellen reset forward so Brooke can get involved. If she resets cross court, she's just a dead. She's just a sitting duck. See, that's not going to work going across, because then Brooke doesn't see it till the last second, and then she can only reset. She really can't be offensive.
0-1-1.
That's just tough.
Point.
They're just peppering her.
Yeah.
They're peppering. I mean, Simone and Carolina. Again, it's important that you have game plans when you come out here.
1-1-1. Point.
I know Ellen's getting frustrated, but it's more of like anxiety, just because you know every ball's coming to you.
Right.
And you're trying so hard, and she is doing a great job. I mean,
2-1-1.
kudos to her, but it's tough to maintain that.
Well, and as you said earlier,
that's fun. Oh,
you know, they're a strong team. They're favored. They're confident. I think their communication, I don't know how much they've played together, but you know, they just seem to be more in that groove, and they are favored. You know, so this would be an upset.
See, she's got to hit it harder.
Second
She's
serve.
just got to like almost slap it at this point. Like slap it hard down, you know, because the reset forward is just allowing them to come in. Oh!
There you go, something.
Okay. Positive reinforcement from the crowd.
That's right. Franklin X40 replay. She comes all the way across. And Ellen just says, okay, I'll just put it right down the line there.
Good pickup. Somebody hit it.
Yeah.
Second serve.
That's just too high over your right shoulder like that.
One, 3-2.
Nice deep serve.
Oh, Simone has a big bruise mark on her thigh.
Yeah, she got hit with a ball earlier.
Did she? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, it's already, you can see the round ring. That's how perfect it was of a hit. Okay, lob it.
She was saying yesterday in the clinic, she's like, you know, now that I've moved to Tennessee, I've gone through the winter, I'm nowhere near as tan as I used to be. If I was tan, you couldn't see the bruise.
Right.
But now that I'm not tan, you can see the bruise. So she was pointing it out to the crowd.
Side out.
I mean, you're not going to get a smarter player than Simone. I mean, she puts the ball exactly where it should be.
Trying to zoom in on the bruise.
Oh, did she really? Oh my God. I mean, she's so good at recognizing like a body shift where you're holding your paddle.
Yeah, I mean,
She
her
sees the court
knowledge,
well.
her understanding of the court, her understanding of her opponents.
I mean, she's seen every pattern a million times. She knows what's coming next.
Well, and it's interesting. It's kind of like on, I'm sure, all the pickleball-related channels that are out there. Prior to any big events, you see like a spike of views, and you always assume that there's people watching gameplay footage to get ready. Like, you know, every professional sport watches footage to study. So, as this number 2 is not as lopsided as number 1, it still does seem
5-3-2.
So it still does seem that Revuelta and Novoleski might be able to use this match as a training session.
Yeah.
And an experience to be on Zing Zang Championship Court is unique, and it's an opportunity, hopefully, you know, we'll see what the future looks like. But it's not over yet.
Nope.
Point. Timeout receivers. 7-3-2. 1 minute.
Yeah, another big gap. So 4-point lead, 7-3, and a timeout's been called by the receivers. They just, they got to do something, and we'll find out what that something might be after this.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So as we were talking about, you know, you see some discussion there. I think they're just like, there's frustration. And certainly, as you were saying, Ellen, I mean, sometimes when you watch this, it's the comments that come online, they're like, oh, these people are not that good or whatever. I mean, they're strong players. Ellen's a strong player. She's just getting attacked nonstop.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, you know, you have plan A, right? So they're hitting hard at her. She's resetting. It's obviously not working. So what's your plan B? I would just start hitting the ball hard. Like, I would start surprising them. I mean, you have nothing to lose. Right? So if they're going to give her a ball, she needs to take a faster, she needs to prep earlier, she needs to get through the ball faster, she needs to use a little bit more wrist, and she needs to pound and give them something so that they reset.
Or you're saying even have Brooke go crazy, create a little chaos on the court or something.
Okay,
something significantly different.
Right. That's a good shot, right?
Great
she
drop.
just drop shotted, right?
3-7-1.
So that timeout worked in their favor.
Point.
She kept it low. Okay, Ellen's laughing. That's good.
Yeah, right.
That's good. She's laughing.
Four, 7-1.
I mean, it's
try to go in
nice
front.
cross court.
Okay,
Second
I
serve.
like that. Wrong shot, but I like
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I mean,
Speed
she's
it up,
off
but
the
maybe not
court.
that particular one.
No, she's off the court, but still, like, think. I like the neutral.
Side out.
Yeah, Brooke knew that wasn't going to make it over the
I
net as
wish
soon as
Brooke
she
would have
hit it.
just like hit a
Just-
forehand behind
Yeah.
Simone and just try to get some, just try to change the game
7-4-1.
plan.
Yeah, yeah. Again, we don't know what arsenal she does or doesn't have.
Yeah, because you haven't really seen, she hasn't been able to really do it. That's a good spot. That's a good spot. She's keeping it neutral. Okay, so what did Ellen do there? She's staying to the left foot of Carolina, which means Brooke can stay neutral and play 70% of the court. That's what you want.
7-4-2.
That's going to be trouble.
Yeah.
Hit it.
Yeah, because she was back.
That's a good roll. I don't think
But
this
it's
is
hard too.
cross
I mean,
court to
cross
Simone.
court with Simone, right? Like how
Doesn't
many
serve you well.
tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of cross
Yeah.
court dinks has she done? Her margin for error.
I would just keep it in front of her and ice out Simone at this point. That's a good shot. Okay.
The win
All right.
had a funny bounce. Keep them back. All right.
Somebody hit hard. Why? She missed it.
No.
I like
no. Simone called it in.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it might hand down. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Let's take a look here. I think just hit the line.
4-8-1.
Nice.
Appreciate a
Simone's
generous.
great with that, though.
Yeah.
Simone's great with that.
Yeah, when in doubt, it's in. We said that yesterday. Actually, the juniors were very
4-8-2.
respectful in their line calls yesterday.
See, I like that. I like that. Attack forward and then let Brooke clean it up.
So we're making our way through game number 2. Game number 1 was almost a shutout. 2 is a little bit better. But we're actually down to a 3-point difference.
Side out.
It's not the way to do it. You can tell Brooke Rovelt is a little frustrated. Yeah, Ellen, you can see the exhaustion and frustration, just discouraged.
I like to see Brooke just hit one out,
8-5-1.
like full out, like hard ground stroke. That's a good shot.
Yeah, just deep enough. Somebody
Yep.
looked a little bit off balance as she hit that.
Second serve. 8-5-2.
Here you go. All right, that was a little bit more of a drive
Side out.
return.
Mm-hmm. They're going into the wind, though, so, I mean, even though it looks like they're not hitting very hard,
5-8-1.
the wind is holding it up. Not hard. There we go. Okay, all right.
Second serve.
We're
But
all like,
Ellen's
all right,
changing it.
Okay,
Okay, but
Yeah.
Ellen's changing
Well, I mean,
it.
I think, again, there's an expectation in terms of who's going to close out this match.
Yeah.
And, you want to see the other team turn it around. You want to see a competitive game.
There's
6-8-1.
Okay, see how she's going forward. So it allows Brooke to just stay put. Okay, it's 8-7. Do you see what the score is?
7-8-1.
They're making some headway because they
Something's
changed
happening.
it. You've got to try something different, folks.
They'll pop on the net.
Oh, boy. Oh, that's...
There's
nice.
the overhead.
Oh, good job, everybody. Wow.
It's a nice point.
Lob off of a lob.
Oh.
Oh, good job, Ellen. Oh, my God. What a great point. What a great point.
Crowd's liking that. I think that's our point of the match so far. Franklin X40
That is
replay.
amazing. Good job.
That aggressive cross court by Simone. It's handled.
I like adding the lobs in, and then the lob for the lob is interesting.
So we are tied up.
Wow, 8-8. So we had a win change. We had a game plan change, right? Brooke is starting to get more involved.
8-8-2.
They're starting to go neutral. So
Side out.
I really think that she needs to keep that forward. That was a great drop by Carolina and Simone. So playing it
8-8-1.
smart. Good lob. Neutral. Now Brooke is involved.
Here we go. Oh!
Okay, what does that tell you? One ball back. You never give up on a ball. You just keep getting it back. The wind, all those elements, you always have a shot. Make them play.
9-8-1.
Brooke knew the angle she wanted, but ultimately got rejected by the net.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Oh, Simone. Her frustration, she's like, how did I miss that?
Okay. I love that Simone can laugh at herself, though, because she never misses those. That's amazing. She just got so ahead of it. The wind probably held it up. She got ahead of it, and then she came under it. Because they're going with the wind, so it's moving away from them.
9-8-2.
You're not going to outdink.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay, so they're looking for the lob now, so it's really good.
Yep.
It's really good until they realize it, and then
Yep.
they step back off the kitchen line, and they're ready for it.
And so Jardim serves for match point.
10-8-2.
This
She
time.
just got jammed. She got jammed.
Yeah.
She should have just taken a backhand on that.
Tried to sort of run through it, hit it as she was transitioning.
Got a split step.
8-10-1.
Nice defense.
Nice.
God, does Simone, does she not
There we
get?
go.
She
Yeah, her
always gets
defense, right?
everything.
She
It's
digs it out.
crazy.
Point.
It's
Okay,
like-
9-10.
Like Simone's everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, you can't get it by her. She's amazing.
Timeout receivers.
But yeah, I was going to say 9-10,
1
a dramatic shift in this entire match right now as they are really 2 points away or 3 points away, kind of pushing it to game number 3.
Yep.
And we'll see if we see our first upset of the tournament today.
Ooh.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by California Sport Surfaces, the official surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Engage Pickleball, bringing you the new X2, our most powerful spin-generating paddle. By Kitsch Pickleball, the official merchandise store of the U.S. Open. And by Duper, the gold standard in pickleball ratings worldwide.
So, a dramatic shift of momentum. We're a radically different place than we were. We were sort of talking as if this was over, Eva, but it's not.
No, I mean, there's a lot of things that happened, right? They switched sides, so the wind's different. And also, you know, Ellen and Brooke came out and they said, you know what, we're going to do something different, which is exactly what you should do. And so they started lobbing. They started going at Caroline straight forward. They started going to Carolina's left foot. And
Time in. 9,
they're
10,
seeing
1.
some good results.
So 9-10-1.
Second serve.
It's not going to be that.
No. They did a good job keeping Ellen back.
9, 10, 2. Side out.
Oh, that's unfortunate. They worked so hard. They worked so hard for a quick.
10, 9, 1.
This is match point, folks.
Simone down.
She finds herself. There we go. Strong woman. Woman power. Woman power.
We actually have over the years, 2 different years, she landed on the ground and kind of kept the volley going from the ground, and they won the point, or won the, you know, the moment. So 10-9-2, another match point. It's not going to be that.
Okay, they have another chance. They're still alive. There's life. There's life. This is where you just got to buckle down. You got to make your first 4 shots. Nice shot.
Angle.
Okay, so, you know, Carolina knew that Brooke was hunting in the middle, and then she went behind her, which was really smart.
Nice dig.
Keep it in front.
Oh.
Nice. Right. So Ellen sees that Simone's leaning, and then she went hard behind her, which she's been going soft.
10-10-2.
And then she finds Carolina not ready. So it's 10-10. Tie game, guys. Will we go 3? The drop shot.
Side out.
Yeah, the crowd. That's out a big.
The crowd wants more.
Yeah.
The crowd wants more.
Ten, 1.
Yep. All right.
Second serve. 10-10-2.
Another match point.
No.
Oh, no,
10,
sorry,
10,
10-10,
2.
yes.
No. Okay, you got the drop. Oof, oof, oof.
We got to go to 12.
Now it's match point.
11-10-2.
The second one, right?
Yeah.
Brooke's not going to see a ball. Oh, good shot.
Point. Game match. 12.
Kind of tentative at the end, but they got it done.
Yeah, you know, after almost getting shut out game number 2, looking like they were done partway through game number 2. Sorry, game number 1 shutout, game number 2.
Yep.
They fought hard, a 12-10 ending. The crowd's happy. There's been some great action, and there's more great action in. But their day's not done. They got to keep working through this bracket.
Oh, no. They're in the semis now, so they've got 2.
And yeah, as you see there, right, I mean, some great moments. But ultimately, Jardim and Lopez just, you know, couldn't get shut down.
Yeah, well, I have to say the next match is involving Dave Weinbach and Richard Livernice, and those two are my partners for the week. So I'm playing with Richard Livernice.
And so we'll see that in just a moment.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
As we come back, we're going to take a look here at the Skechers Pickleball Match Summary. You know, again, we thought it was just going to totally blow out Eva, but they fought really hard in game number 2. Ultimately didn't go their way. You look at some of that 10-10 on the outright winners on the far side, but they had to battle.
Yeah,
you know,
but you can see when they got the serve, they did their job. Right? They got the 10, right? So that is the biggest thing, is that when you have your serve, you've got to have a game plan that's going to win you points, right? And then obviously the errors were 37-30, but I think that was a lot of the first game, not so much the second game. And, you know, again, you have forced errors versus unforced errors, which isn't, you know, looked at there, but I think there was more forced errors than anything. But I just thought it was really impressive, and I love the fact that Brooke and Ellen really came back and said, I'm not going to play the same way. I'm going to show you something different. Let's see what happens. And they almost took the second game. So super psyched. That was a great way to, you know, play a match and try to provide a different outcome. So great defense by Ellen. That was amazing how she kept her dinks down. So now we get to the men again, and there's going to be some serious points here, aggression. You're going to see a lot of tactical movements and athleticism. So I'm super excited. Richard Livernice and Dave Weinbach have energy like there's no tomorrow. So this is going to be a fun match. They like to entertain the crowd, and as well as get the job done. So look for Dave to be talking to you, and look for a response. So we got a little guy out there. As I was saying before, Dave Weinbach is my partner for the Champions Pro this week, and Richard Livernice is my mixed age pro tomorrow. So I'm super excited.
So we will see this gameplay coming up. And again, Weinbach has been here a ton, and we'll see what he does today. But it'll be a battle. Don't go away. Zing Zang Championship Court, more action to come.
Let me do the talking.
You bring the money?
Of course. First, show me your step.
Once you try it, there's no going back. Say the field lasts hours.
Let's play!
You always want more. You start, your friends are gonna want to try it too.
Please, freeze! Those pads are illegal. Hand them over. This can be. These are dual approved.
My play?
At Pickleball Den, our cutting-edge software revolutionizes the game for club managers, pickleball league and tournament directors, and passionate players everywhere. As the tech that powers the sport, our powerful automations are the driving force. With essential tools to power all your pickleball play, we help you elevate your events, delivering unparalleled quality that players love. Proudly serving as the official tournament software of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Level up your pickleball experience at pickleballden.com.
How about this one? I call it.
So it's been an exciting day. We have an addition to the booth here, Marty Reist. And again, we want to introduce you, everybody. Eva Welsher, this is, I think, your 3rd year here with us commentating.
Yes, I love it.
And Marty, thanks for joining us. You are here. You know, we thought maybe you'd be playing for gold, but you didn't quite make it through the bracket. Earlier today, what were you doing?
Well, we played 2 great matches, our first 2, and then, you know, we ran into a buzzsaw in our 3rd match, but we were right there, and just couldn't close. But it was, it's a lot of fun out there. There's 2 different tournaments going on here. You know, there's a center court where you have shade and wind, and then out here, you know, on the other courts, which are great, you know, a lot of good electricity, but you know, the wind's a little tricky out there than it is here.
Yeah, and so you've seen some of the split age. You were playing in the split age, but right now we're coming back into the men's. We're continuing, and this we're going to have probably one of the most seasoned veterans of Zing Zang Championship Court right there in the red, Dave Weinbach, and his partner in the blue there. That's Richard Livornese, and we'll introduce the partners on the other side. In the black or the dark gray is Dusty Boyer and his partner, Tonio Paternostro. And again, Livornese and Weinbach are favored in this, but we've seen upsets over the last 10 years of the U.S. Open. We'll see if we see one today. Eva, you have some knowledge
Game 1.
About Richard. We'll talk about that in a little bit after Game 1 gets started.
0-0-2.
Okay, so you have Richard in the blue, and you have Dave Weinbach in the red. And both of these happen to be my partners for this week, as I said before. Nice move by Dave. Recognizing that the ball was behind him, his head was down, and then he earned. But Richard Livornese is one of the top APP pros and has huge success. He's one of the favorites here at the U.S. Open this week. Oh, Dave, the ball's never dead.
Never dead.
He gave up.
Yeah. Quick Franklin X40 replay. Comes back, a little body bag into the left hit of
Dave has
Richard.
great hands. That probably should have been down more. He needs to get that ball to bounce because everything's attackable, especially in the men's game. They can reach forward so well.
Yeah, I've played Tonio before. He's very clever in the kitchen, and when he gets a ball he can attack, he'll really go after it.
Yeah. So what I like there is that, you know, especially in the men's game, you've got to keep the other team back. Otherwise, they're just going to come in fast and hard. So that was a really good way of just keeping the other team back, that Dave and Richard.
Second serve.
You know, and when you look at Dave, and you know it better than anybody, I mean, he's the, you know, there's very few seniors who can be really, really aggressive, and he likes to do that.
Well, he's got good hands. He still has great movement. I mean, I say that positively, you know what I'm saying? Because as we do get older, he's been in this game for a long time, and he is just quick as anything. So his hands with his speed are just a huge compliment to each other.
1-1-2.
So tied up at 1-1.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Tonio, he has really, really good hands, and he'll stay in the firefight.
Doesn't back up.
Point.
Boyer serves.
2-1-1. Second serve.
So you see there, Tonio's about to serve. That's Weinbach in the red. Tonio in the white serves.
All right.
Body bag to.
And that's a pre-planned play. I mean, they know they're going to go hard. They're going to get Richard probably leaning to the middle, get him behind, and then the other partner's going to come through.
Yeah, they got away with one there. You know, when the team's receiving, their fourth ball has to hit the ground, especially in the men's game.
Oh, he got away with that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, ball called out.
Because I think Richards was going out too.
2-3-1.
That's a good return.
Yeah, almost got behind.
Dave just takes that big swing.
Yeah.
I mean, when anything comes to him, he just is like, he hits like 3 balls, 1, 2, 3, all the way through. He gets a lot of pace.
Oh, a little dribble over the net. It comes back on their side, forcing that side out.
Yep.
So with a number of back and forth, not much progression, but Boyer and Paternostro find themselves up 3-2.
3-2-1.
Oof.
Yeah.
No apologies there. No apologies there.
Yeah.
And Richards ready to clean it up.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. I mean, Dave can really take over a match with his aggressiveness. I mean, there's no ball that he hasn't seen before that he can cut off.
Here's a quick look at that Franklin X40 replay. Hard drive forehand, 2 in a row, and then Richard comes across.
Nice. So is Tonio new to the senior tour?
Yeah. Yep. I played him earlier this year.
Okay.
And we had an unbelievable match. He could play.
Yeah.
And like I said, like right there, there's a great example where you know, he won't back up and he'll be aggressive when he needs to.
Yeah.
He's one of the young guys out there,
Yeah.
50.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it makes a huge
Yeah.
difference.
3-3-2.
3-3-2. Liberty serves to Boyer.
Was that in? Oh, so good.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know if you guys are noticing how much spin Richard Livernace is putting on the ball. He's the one in the blue again. He is getting that ball to dump so quickly that the other team has nothing that they can do with it. See how it goes down when he gets the chance. Nice. Oh.
He's trying to go back down. And
Yeah, but I, you know, if you're Richard and Dave, you like where you are, you know, setting the point up in the kitchen. You know, that's really a strength for them.
One of those soft serves. You're seeing quite a few of those kind of soft lob serves today.
Well, my big thing is, especially when I'm teaching, I teach the lob serve, and people are probably like, why are you spending so much time on this?
Again, quick block volley by Weinbach. Anticipates it, doesn't need to, hits the net.
But what I like about the lob serve is that men especially, it's hard for them to generate pace and control it.
Yeah.
So they have to come back soft to soft. Oh, good shot.
Yeah.
Second serve.
Okay, that was sneaky. That was very sneaky because I thought he was going to go hard.
Yeah.
And he just really put the brakes on that one.
4-3-2.
Okay, he set up that Ernie, right?
Yeah,
Got behind him.
Look at a little chest bump there.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, let's go, partner.
Dave Weinbach pointing up
Oh,
to the
hey,
booth.
partner.
Yeah. I don't know. Impartial commentary, maybe? No?
Yeah. Sorry. I have no favoritism here.
Okay.
See, this is where, you know, they need to be really careful because Dave and Richard can get on a run.
Right.
You know,
5-6.
they came in at 3-all, now it's 6-3.
Right.
You know, this can get away really fast.
Oh, that was such a good return. Nice. All right, so now Dave's feeling good.
Yeah,
Dave's feeling really
when Dave's feeling confident, he
talks
starts
to the crowd.
Yeah.
He talks to the camera.
The salesman in him comes out. He loves pickleball. He loves promoting pickleball.
A quick back and
That's
forth.
good.
Ultimately,
That's good.
get behind Richard and force a side out.
So we'll see, though, again.
Yeah, only 3 points. I mean, like you were talking about, Marty, about the progression. You know, really 2 points here, 2 points here. They just got 3. They haven't had any major runs, but 7-3 is a differential you don't like.
Yeah.
Wow. Boy, that ball just dumps. He's got so much spin on it. Nice.
Yeah, and if you look, Richard, I mean, he was right in front of Dave when he hit that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
We don't
really
even know what
talking.
you're saying, Dave.
He just said you'll never know who hit it because I think both their paddles kind of came at the same
Richard
time.
did.
Oh, he gotcha. No, what I like about that other one, though, is like you said, Richard had hit Dave's left shoulder. And that's how it should be. Like,
Right.
there's too much separation at the amateurs. Like, you guys need to play closer to each other.
Well, this is the first time I've ever been on the left with you. I'm always on the right.
Right, right. Oh, that's so funny.
Eve and I play a lot together.
That's right. Yeah.
She puts me over on the right.
Okay, Richard serves.
Nice. Nice.
See, that ball has to bounce in the kitchen. You know, if you get it up, he's just going to.
8-4-1.
Okay, 8-4. Okay, trying to pick. Oh,
Point.
frustrating.
Yeah.
Ditched return there.
Okay,
8-9.
so
Okay,
we
I was
have a
going to say.
timeout. That's smart.
So
That's
yeah,
smart.
they find themselves all of a sudden 9-4. You know, you call that timeout, and they got to figure out what to do. There's a train. It's moving forward. They can't stop them, and so we'll see if the timeout makes a difference after this.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Zing Zang. Enjoy America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with original, blazing, and new dill pickle. By Knox Pickleball. Performance so good, it's almost illegal. Discover more at knoxsportusa.com. By Pickleball Den, the tech that powers the sport. Essential tools to power all your pickleball play. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 17th through 24th, 2027.
So yeah, just a reminder, as you saw there, next year we're coming back to Naples again. Save the date for 2027. The U.S. Open, year number 10 is a big anniversary, but the future is on its way with more great things to come. But right now, the great things, as Livornese and Weinbach, they're trying to claim gold and work their way through this bracket. 2 points away from game number 1. With a nice hop over the corner.
He's
That was
just
so
owning.
pretty.
He's just, oh, we got chest pump, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ball has to bounce. You know, if it bounces, he can't do that.
10-4-1.
Quick look. All right, we just had the serve.
Oh, almost.
That one goes long, doesn't go their
Little
way.
aggressive.
Second
Little
serve.
aggressive. These guys know exactly where the next ball is going, though. And I think that
10-4-2.
is something that's an acquired talent. You have repetition, repetition, repetition.
Dave with his hands.
Oh.
Nice. That was a beautiful ATP.
Wow.
Just
And that's the first game.
2 minutes.
number 1, 11-4 goes to Weinbach, Livornese. That, take a look at that ATP.
Not only that, but he got it so far in the court.
Yeah, right down at his feet. It wasn't even in the corner. So, again, you know, game number 1 of our last match we watched, they were totally upside down. It ended up going to 12-10. We'll see if these guys can significantly turn around and stop the train that is Weinbach and Livornese.
A Bloody Mary should never be boring. And with Zing Zang, it never is. Our classic recipe is crafted to be bold, delicious, and full of zing. Want it extra spicy? Turn up the heat with our blazing Bloody Mary mix. Love dill pickles? We've got you covered. It's no wonder Zing Zang is America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. With 7 vegetable juices and bold blend of seasonings, Zing Zang is so good, the vodka is optional.
What's your duper?
Zing Zang Championship Court. You have a shot there of Patronostro. Again, game number 1, just all of a sudden, boom, they got shut out 11-4. But we are in a pro split age bracket, a unique bracket with a lot of talent. Again, you were playing that earlier, Marty. We'll see what happens right now, but Dave Weinbach is about to serve.
Yeah, Dusty and Antonio, they're not playing on their terms, and Dave and Richard are controlling the kitchen. They're flicking balls. They're being more aggressive. You know, they're going to have to do something from a pattern standpoint to, you know, get them off their rhythm.
Yeah. Well, an interesting game number 1 didn't quite start out that fast, but then all of a sudden, you know, Livorni's and Weinbach just started rolling.
Second serve.
Weinbach is commenting on everything. But, you know, again, your confidence level and your swagger goes up as long as you're delivering. Well, not like that one.
He's got to back up the good shot, though.
Same guy.
1-1-2.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's yin-yang, right? That's
Yeah.
yin-yang. I mean, they know that if they hit one, that their partner is very, like, on task for the next, right? It's not like...
1-1-1.
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, Richard and Dave are hitting every ball down.
Right.
Versus Tonio and Dusty, they're hitting every ball up. That's not the best recipe.
No, for success. Right?
1-1-2.
Comes across, doesn't quite finish it, though.
Nice. So when I first met Richard, he was like the Ernie King.
Right.
Like literally every shot he tried to Ernie. And obviously he's calmed down, but he is incredible at Ernie.
Can he get it? Nope.
Oh, almost.
You know, but that was a different point. You know, if you're Dusty and Antonio, they dink more in the middle that point versus, you know, backhand and forehand.
1-2-1.
And it opened up the court really well.
anything
there
to
it
the
is right
side.
there.
I mean, anything to the side, Richard's going to earn it.
He sees that ball so early
And he's
is able.
large.
Yeah.
I mean, he's large, explosive.
Yeah, he can jump. He can clear it, no problem.
1, 2, 2.
Okay, there's communication, guys.
Yep.
Right? You don't communicate, you're going to be on top of each other.
It's also nice of Dave Weinbach's hitting the ball, too.
Right.
2, 1, 1.
Dave will find a way to hit it. Good teamwork. Yeah.
Point.
Again, they're hitting the ball down versus, hitting the ball up. You got to find a way to change that pattern.
Oh, they get their own
there you
earning.
go. Nice
Okay.
little flick.
I think that everybody should applaud that.
Dusty Boyer.
3, 1, 2.
Here he comes across. Get ready.
Point.
All right, so
Again,
come
they're
back.
trying
We
to force something there.
just had a quick point progression to take us to 4. Looking, getting the ball.
4, 1, 2.
Oh, you had it.
So I don't know if anybody saw that, but they went from playing neutral to now playing the sides. So they went way left, way right, way left, and they spread them. So that was a change in strategy.
Second serve.
But they need to be at the kitchen to do that, right?
1,
And they didn't
4,
get to
2.
the kitchen that time. Nice shot.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
To get that ball up and down with that much angle and speed, cross court, like you said, he's so good at recognizing the ball that he can be aggressive on with, that roller.
4, 1, 1.
And seeing the opening. Wow.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Second serve. 4, 1, 2.
Boyer's able to hold it off and shut down the first serve.
Point.
But see, that's a great example of Dave being aggressive. He leaned in the middle. Boyer, I think, saw that, kind of looked
5,
at Dave,
1, 2.
and he missed it.
Yep. Oopsie.
Point.
So similar to the first game, no big,
6, 1,
huge
2.
runs, but 2 points here, another 2 points there, and they're now 6 points to 1.
Side out.
Dave is so funny. If he misses, he's like, what?
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 What? What? Like,
1,
it's
6,
out.
1.
Nice.
Dusty
Patience.
Antonio's
Patience,
third
patience.
time trying to get off of 1.
Yep.
Going to second serve. Is that frustrating when you get the ball back?
1, 6,
You
2.
keep, no points are scored when you stop the other team. You got to.
Good teamwork, right? That's great.
But, guys, you're players, right? So you find yourself, you battle. It feels like, oh, I won that interchange, but it's
6,
always
1,
when the other team's serving. So you find yourself stuck.
Well, that just tells you that you have to look at your serve, you have to look at your third, and you have to look at your voyage
7,
into
1,
the
1.
kitchen. If you can't get to the kitchen, I don't care how many times you win at returning, you can't win a point. You're not going to win.
And the momentum swings are just so strong, and they come fast.
7, 1, 2.
Be interesting if a timeout gets called here with a 6-point deficit.
Look how close Dave and Richard are to each other.
Yeah. He saw it. Oh, it just hit the baseline, I think.
Oh.
Yep. Livorni's calls it in.
Side out.
That was a good move by Richard. Nice defense.
1-7-1.
Rusty.
Yeah. Boop just lands in.
Nice shot.
And there you go. Tonio gets his ATP. The crowd gives a big cheer. They like to see that.
And then he says to himself, that's what I have to do to win a point.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Second serve.
Oh, you gotta back it. You gotta back it.
2-7-2.
Yeah, so the fourth time they get the ball back is the first time they get another point. They get to 2, but only 1 point. So, you know, you can't have 5 serves with only 1 point when the other team is getting 2 or 3 every time.
7-2-1.
Oh my God.
Yeah, good
wrist.
get.
Did you see that wrist?
Oh.
Oh, too crazy.
Second serve.
I know. I'll ask my students. I'm like, how many times do you guys get to the kitchen? And they're like, oh, we get there all the time. And then they lose, and I'm like, maybe we should
7-2-2.
look at that again because
Yeah.
you don't get up there.
Yeah.
You have to be realistic. You
Yeah.
really have to know if you get up or not.
All right, so they called that S-ball out. Weinbach
8-2-2.
serves to Paternostro.
Side out.
Again, deep return. What
Yep.
did you get? A high
2-8-1.
third, and they win the point. Good job.
Good anticipation. Dave's
Dave's
checking
always
to see.
looking. Dave's always looking.
He
for
likes a little bit like,
something.
hey, you sure?
Yeah,
Ray?"
I know. He's just so.
A little chuckle from the crowd.
I'm gonna have fun on Friday.
3-8-1.
Well, I think sometimes, right, Weinbach likes to get joking to even throw the other team off a little
Second
bit.
serve.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
a distraction. It's a gameplay.
Like,
right?
I'll make friendly jokes to
Yeah.
have you not think about beating me.
3-8-2.
And so here he is again.
Great third. Good point.
Yeah.
Who's gonna pop it up or miss? In the
Side
net?
out.
There we go.
Yeah, so talking about history, in the last 9 years, Dave is actually #2 of men, women, all divisions, most goals. 15 goals over the last 9
8-3-1.
years. Jim Hackenberg has beat him out with 19 goals.
And Jim just retired, I think,
Yeah.
from competition.
He's playing this year. This
Oh, he
might be
is?
his last
I
year. He
think it'd
just
be
won
last.
another one.
Okay. All right. Great. I got a lot of pressure on me on Friday then.
8-3-2.
Yeah.
Yay. Oh, shoot. He got caught. Now, if it was me, I probably would have thrown up a lob.
You have a great
Every-
lob, Ava.
I know, but every
3-8-1.
four people were leaning so forward. You know, just to
Second
throw
serve.
it up and just test out the waters.
Yep. Yep. So again, a little frustration that that last shot went into the
3-8-2.
net. They're serving again at 3-8.
Especially on a third.
Richard's baiting him.
Yep.
Okay.
Point.
3 times is not a charm, David.
Yeah. That's a
That's
tough
2.
one.
That's 2.
4-8-2.
That gives them oh, there you
Nice.
go.
Point.
So just like that, we're only, 8-5 feels much different
Yeah.
than 7-1.
5-8-2.
So I think Richard should have given David that shot.
Yeah, so again, they're playing on their terms now, hitting the ball down.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6 in a row.
Weinbach and, Richard, they're hitting the ball up.
Right.
6-8-2.
A little dribble over the net.
David is so not sorry.
Yeah, there he goes. The other guys, Dusty Boyer, might be like, okay, all right.
8-6-1.
But the first time in either game, they got 3 points in a row. Nice. Nope, can't quite get around there.
Well, see, on the outdoor courts, that ball would have blown out, so he could have let it bleed out and then get it around the corner, whereas here you don't have as much wind.
9-6-1. Second serve.
I feel like Richard and Dave just lost a little bit of focus. They're trying to, pull the trigger a little bit too soon, and Dusty,
9-6-2.
Antonio are just really being more patient now and calculated. And that's where the momentum swings come in. It's okay.
Dave.
Dave just thinks everything hits everybody.
Side out.
Okay, we have a game here, folks.
6-9-1.
Yeah.
Can't be cute. Yeah, can't be cute. These guys are pulling the trigger. They're not waiting for Richard and Dave to do it, right? They're taking
Yeah, I was going to
control.
say. So after, the last time they lost 3 in a row, they just got another point. All of a sudden, you said, we have a game here.
Yeah,
and a timeout's been
absolutely.
called because Weinbach and Liebernick do not want this to go to 3. We will find out, however, if it does after this.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Zing Zang. Enjoy America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with original, blazing, and new dill pickle. By Knox Pickleball. Performance so good, it's almost illegal. Discover more at knoxsportusa.com. By Pickleball Den, the tech that powers the sport. Essential tools to power all your pickleball play. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 17th through 24th, 2027.
So a big shout out to our referees again as they're saying their net coming back. You guys, a big shift in the tide here. The game feels much different as we continue. What are your thoughts?
Well, again, it's a matter of who's going to take control first, and you have to be willing to change your game plan. I mean, it's going to be a redundant theme, right? But these guys, Dusty is starting to be more aggressive.
And they're getting deeper into the point as well.
Nice.
Point.
Yeah, I mean, you went from they were down 7-1 to now we're at a 1-point game, 8-9.
And they hit that ball down.
Yep.
8-9-1.
Oh, no.
Point.
Tied up.
Yeah.
9-9, ladies and gentlemen.
9-9-1.
So that timeout did not help out Liebernick or Weinbach.
So what I'm
Can't
seeing
quite
is they're
defend that.
going like, so Dusty, Antonio, they're going wide and then they're going neutral. They're going wide and then they're going neutral. So they're really spreading Dave and Richard out now and not allowing them to stay close and control the point.
And Dave stayed on the left that last point.
Oh, okay.
Dave stayed on the left. Now they switched.
Point.
So Richard's made some uncharacteristic errors.
Yeah, exactly. The last 2 little backhand flicks into the net.
I mean, we have game point.
10-9-2.
Nice serve. Oh.
Side out.
And I actually thought Weinbach's return might have gone long, but Dusty hit it back.
Oh.
Because he was like 3 feet from the baseline. That ball was moving pretty quick.
Richard's trying to create some chaos.
Yes.
Putting pressure on the dinks. He's daring him.
Yeah, Dave's done so many dinks. We'll see what happens. Oh, little pop. Unfortunately.
Second serve. Nine, 10-2.
Richard just seems a little like, I don't know if it's the wind, you know, but he's trying. He needs to bring his margins up a little bit because he's missing in the net. Doesn't have to be that good. Make him play.
Point. Little dribble. Oh no.
Game 11-9. Timeout.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to 3 here in this unique men's pro split age. A little bit of a surprise there. I think Weinbach and Livornese, they got some work to do, and maybe they got a little overconfident, underestimated their opponents, and we're going to 3.
I think that last comment you just said is, it's never over till it's over, folks. You cannot get loose.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
After a pretty quick game 1, 11-4, game 2 was, they were up 7-1, and all of a sudden they lost it 11-9. So I think that's a bit of a surprise, as we were talking about. And as you see right there, Tonio Patronoso, we're going to game 3 if you're just joining us of this men's pro split age event. Ooh, dribbles right over the net.
Good.
Can't quite get the second one.
Yeah, the first 5 minutes of this third game are going to be really, really important.
Yeah.
There's no situation where Dave hasn't been in, so he knows the importance of a good start here.
Yeah. So with a quick side out, no points on the board. Weinbach and Lieber needs to get the ball back.
Second serve.
Tonio says no, thank you.
It's
Smile there. Dusty Boyer smiling. I think the two of them, they're feeling good right now.
Yeah.
Oop. Gets over the net.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he got it.
What a get by Rusty too. My gosh.
Wow.
Nice shot. Okay. All right.
You talking about that spin, that drop ball? I mean, that looked like it was going long.
He puts his paddle flat in the back and just like comes up the back of the ball so well. Richard does.
1-0-2.
It was a nice interchange.
Side out.
Got it.
Fortunately, after 1 point.
You can't think about the dishwasher or your
0-1-1.
clothes or cleaning the house or anything when you play pickleball. You gotta stay focused.
Oh.
Second serve.
Couple really aggressive hits,
He had
both
that,
by
though.
Tonio and Dusty.
Yep.
Almost clipped the top of Weinbach's head.
0-1-2.
Dave with his signature head down dinks or thirds.
Yeah, Dave's on the left here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Weinbach's in the red.
Dusty's doing a lot. Good job of putting pressure.
Oh.
Oopsie.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
he
I think-
really did, though. Dusty did a great job putting pressure. I know what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
He just got under it a little too much.
Yeah, I think that was one of our longest dink rallies of the tournament so far.
1-0-1.
Somebody just waiting to get just high enough. Dribbles over the net.
Oh my God, that was so,
Yeah.
that was amazing.
Yeah. Weinbach yelled there, that was filthy. But yeah, that was a really impressive backhand up and over.
With so much pace.
Yeah.
2-0-1.
Taking it from so low as well.
Right.
Second serve.
I'm okay with that, though, because he hit that ball on his own terms. He was coming in fast.
2-0-2.
Oh, that was odd.
Got to keep the feet moving.
Is that a little miss hit
Everybody
there?
on this court has to keep their feet moving.
The third ball is so
0-2-1.
important, obviously.
Second serve.
I like that idea, though, because they knew Richard was going to Ernie, and so they
0-2-2.
went inside. Very good. Right hip, right? Right hip?
Yeah.
Yeah, Richard, to me, looks like he has a little bit more spring to his step here in the start to third. You know, he knows the importance of getting a good start.
2-0-1.
That's a great
Second
shot.
serve.
Wow. Phenomenal shot by Dusty.
2-0-2.
See if they can hold him.
Yep.
Oh.
Point.
Communication, right? You got to talk as partners.
Or when I play with you, Eva, I just listen.
3-0-2.
I'm the captain of the ship. I am the captain of the ship.
And I mean that in the best way.
A little pop on the net. So yeah, consistently, every time they got the ball, they get 1 point, send it back. Fortunately, Patronoso Boyer, every time they've gotten the ball, no points.
0-3-1.
So see if they can break this chain here.
Nice.
I love that middle ball that
Yeah.
he dinked to set that up, and he closed hard in the middle because that's where the only shot was, and he was right there.
0-3-2.
Again, hitting the ball down, playing on his terms.
So Dusty's hitting the ball in the middle thinking it's open. The middle is never open, especially with two men. Somebody has it. So, I mean, he's better off going low again, setting up the point one
3-0-1.
more, and then playing it from there.
Second serve.
Yeah.
He was sitting there.
3-0-2.
Okay.
Oof. Richard could have had that in the air.
Up, a little dribble over the net. Boyer gets it.
Oh, he had that.
Yeah, all right. That's the first time they've held him.
Antonio was going to the right, so he was splitting them. He missed it. Good job by Dusty.
Dave getting a little momentum now by Weinbach. But yeah, I mean, again, that last service was the first time they kept Weinbach and Livornius from getting any points.
Point.
And for the first time, they're on the board.
1-3-2. Point.
Okay, is that a strategy change? Are they looking to just like now hit the ball as hard as they possibly can at a body? Like, let's see what they do.
Yeah, I mean, so again,
2-3-2.
how important is that first point? They've gone 2 in a row now. Yep. Another big drive. Can't quite get out of the way. I think, you know, that was moving. If he had been able to fully rotate his body, he could have gone long, but just kind of get caught up in his right arm, I think.
But also, just because somebody goes hard doesn't mean you match it.
Yeah.
You know, Dave should have just gone down.
Point.
That's a great drop. A great drop. Had some top spin on it. It hopped up on Dusty.
4-2-1.
A little too high. Oh, that was a good ATP.
All right, so he felt that, anticipated it. There's a quick look at a Franklin X40 replay here.
But Dave set that up so well with that ball down the line, and it had some spin on it. It kicked out to the alley, so he gave himself a little bit more time to get closer to the net to finish that.
And the wind is blowing towards him, so he knew that even if it was a couple inches off, it was coming to him. Didn't need to move it, though.
Change ends. 6-2-1, 1 minute.
So yes, if you are new to this moment, because we are in game number 3, we've hit 6, so the quick timeout, and we're going to switch sides and see how game number 3 finishes out. Could go either way, although it looks like Weinbach and Livornius are on a roll.
Pickleball Championships are brought to you by the Baldwin Group, your perfect doubles partner for navigating personal and health insurance needs. Learn more at baldwin.com. By Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again. By the USOP National Pickleball Center. Come, join the action today. And by Wilson Sporting Goods and the all-new Vesper Pickleball Paddles. Vesper, if they were any better, they'd be illegal.
It's just like, you know,
So here we go with a quick look again after this timeout. Timeout was not by either team called. Timeout's because we're switching sides at 6, but 6-2, you know, it's that 4-point deficit. You know, 4 points isn't as critical, but game number 3, for the first time, Livornius and Weinbach got 3 points straight in a row. 4, 5, 6, they still have first serve.
Time in.
We'll see if these guys,
6-2-1.
Dusty and Antonio, can stop. Nope.
Okay, but Richard and Dave are going into the wind, and Dusty and Antonio are going with the wind. So this is where each of these guys won their games, right? So we'll see if now Dusty and Antonio can have a run here, right? Because they're going with the wind. This is the side they do well on.
Again, Richard, 3 dinks right in the middle, and then he set middle. You know, he was waiting on that forehand volley.
Yeah.
2-6-2.
Nope.
Yeah. I think a lot of amateurs like to dink, like I have to go way cross court and I have to go, you know, they have to go wide and make these incredible angles, whereas that neutral ball, as long as it sits low, is so effective.
And there it is again.
Yeah, but Dave had 3 volley, you know, reflex volleys. His hands are like lightning. I mean, that won the point for them.
Seven, 2-1.
Okay, that was a smart shot because when you have a high ball like that or an overhead, you always want to go to the person closest to you and you want to go to the feet, right? And that's exactly what they did. He just went right to Dave's feet.
Yep. Try to come across, didn't get it over the net, and get a side out.
2-7-1.
I love men's doubles just because it's so creative, whereas the women tend to just like hit hard, you know, and that's changing, thankfully. But you know, you see like just the, you know, you can see their minds working and how they're changing the paces and the height of the ball, and that's the type of player I like. It's not
Side out.
So they're pressing now. You can tell they're pressing, right? They're trying to create something a little too early.
Second serve.
Oopsie.
But again, he hit that ball on his own terms. He was there, going to hit it down, just missed it.
Oh.
He sees that ball so early and moves to the net to finish that. That is unreal.
I feel like Richard's reach is all the way to the middle line.
Yeah. Well, his lateral movement, it's not just his height, it's lateral movement, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
That was a fake.
That. Yeah.
That's the high portion.
He's made some of those, but he's missed a lot of them. But you know what he's doing? He's keeping Antonio on this right, leaning that way. So then when he goes to the middle, it's that much more effective.
Just hit the line. Same wide back.
Everybody's looking for the Ernie.
Yeah.
Second serve. Three, 8-2.
A little shake of the head by Tonio Paternostra.
Point.
Okay, 4.
I love that Richard wants that ball, but you know, you've got to feel safe with your partner that they can create something for you for the next time.
Oop, between the legs, Dusty keeps it in play, over the net again.
Wow, Dusty. Good point.
It's close at ATP, almost made it in, just a little short on the sideline there. Yeah, but that nice interchange, though. I mean,
8-4-1.
we haven't had as many of those longer dink sessions before.
Point.
Dusty's a really nice player. I mean, he has a lot of layers to his game, patience.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm impressed with him. I like to see what he does in the men's pro.
So as they find themselves there, all of a sudden, 2 points away from losing this game, another timeout's been called. We saw an amazing comeback in number 2. We'll see if it can happen now. after this.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by the Baldwin Group, your perfect doubles partner for navigating personal and health insurance needs. Learn more at baldwin.com. By Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again. By the USOP National Pickleball Center. Come, join the action today. And by Wilson Sporting Goods and the all-new Vesper Pickleball Paddles. Vesper, if they were any better, they'd be illegal.
So we got a shot there, Dave Weinbach. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in game number 3. They're tied 1-1. Weinbach in red there, one of the winningest medalists here. Richard doing a little bow, handing in the paddle. They're feeling good right now. They're up 9-4.
Time in.
Game number 2.
9-4-1.
Was almost a shutout, but we're right on the edge of this match.
Second serve.
You say that, something like that, and Richard, you know, that's very atypical for him to drop that into the net like that.
9-4-2.
So this is where you don't play safe to not lose, and you don't play loose like I don't care what happens.
Right?
But you have to know that balance. You have to have a game plan for these last 2 points. You can't just go in and wing it. Like, I want to know where you're returning, where you're serving, and what we're doing. That's nice.
Second serve.
Even Richard, I think he's smiling at his partner. It's like anybody who's partnering with Dave has got to expect some little chatter.
Yeah.
Or a lot of chatter.
I like that they're not
drop
switching.
head thing.
Yeah, I mean, Dave's on the left here.
Yeah, I mean, they can. Dave's normal spot is on the left.
Right.
5-9-2.
Aggressive serve by Dusty.
Nice,
Back
Dusty.
in the corner.
Way
That
to
was
read
pretty.
it.
Point.
Okay. Was that a senior moment, Dave? Did you forget to switch?
Yeah, Richard was going across.
Dusty did a good job recognizing that.
6-9-2. Side out.
You know, Dave is so good at that when he's in front of you. He can keep the ball with pace, and, you know, it hits the top of your sock, and you really don't know what to do with it. And then eventually you pop one up, and he finishes it.
He's not backing down.
Yeah, I mean, you got to move it back and forth. Oh, over the net.
Oopsie.
Gets it in.
Oh.
Yeah, good read by Dusty there.
Second serve. Nine, 6-2.
Dave needed my lob.
Side out.
Okay, are we seeing a momentum change
Right.
here?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Huh?
Well, and Dave, you know, let a couple aggravated, you know, it's that brain when he switches from smile to anger. Sometimes
6-9-1.
anger works, but it can take you right out of it.
Second serve.
I think that was going out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to get out of the way. You're in the heat of the
6-9-2.
moment. I mean,
Wow.
Yeah,
wow,
Dusty's
great
like,
job,
I'm heating it up,
Dusty.
man.
Yeah. Dusty was gonna play singles. He was just like, I'm taking over.
Yeah.
7-9-2.
All of a sudden, we're 2-point game, and that feels so much different.
So different.
Side
Tonio tries to go back in that corner. He's done it a few times in the last 2 games, but I don't know, you guys.
That's where the temptation is. You have to keep the ball in play and wait for a better opportunity to finish or be aggressive.
Nice.
So I feel like Tonio shouldn't be aggressive at this point. I think he needs to just keep it moving,
keep it in play,
to let Dusty get involved. He didn't need to pull that trigger on that last one.
Yeah, I mean, look at. What?
Oh
what?
my God, what a smart shot. Oh, that was good.
That was a good point, though.
That was a great point. Nice lob by Dusty. I mean, so smart. To be able in that second to recognize and read the court and hit a lob was amazing. Okay, it's game point now. This is where the arms get a little tight, the feet stop moving. Like, you've got to really be focused.
Weinbach getting point serve.
Side out.
Dusty shuts them down, and they're still in it.
All right, it's getting exciting,
7-10-1.
folks.
Nice.
I wonder if that ball would have came in. No? You don't think so?
No, I think it was going out.
But, I mean, Boyer, he's just like, I'm going to take all of those and push, you know, they pushed him all the way over. It's
I feel
working.
like Dusty's just beating both of them together.
Again, Dusty got to the line fast.
Yeah.
You know, hit that, you know, flick backhand volley on his own terms down.
9-10-1.
Look out.
9-10. I don't know if I'd let Dusty hit a ball right now.
Yeah, he's on fire.
I'd stay like this. I wouldn't do a thing.
Oh.
Yeah, don't let Dusty hit a ball.
Wow.
Oh, okay, all right.
Second serve.
Okay, but Dusty had to do that. He had to try to get involved. He reached a little bit too much, and then Richard closed it. But
9-10-2.
Here it is right there.
Yep.
Coming back into the point. 9-10-2.
Side out.
Yeah, they're a little bit like, okay, let's have some longer dink sessions. It's a critical moment here.
10-9-1.
We got another match point. A little dribble over the net. Oh,
wow.
Not much you can do about that.
what a way to end. Nice match. Okay, let's watch out for Dusty Boyer, guys, because I really think that he's a great talent. I'd like to have a strong guy.
Yeah, so Weinbach is celebrating. He has another chance to move through and try to get another gold at the Open as he progresses through the bracket. But yeah, congrats to Boyer and Paternostro. They had a good show. They fought hard. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more action from Zing Zang Championship Court at the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships after this.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
This is going to be an extremely exciting match. Simone Georgine and Carolina are back on center court against Lee Whitwell and Bobby Oshira.
So we got the Skechers Pickleball match summary, guys. You know, that was a hard-fought battle. What are some of the things you're seeing?
Well, the on-court series were very even. The outright winners, I think, were a lot of the Ernies, a lot of the setup points when Richard and Dave were coming in on their serves. I think a lot of those winners were there. So I think that's really where the difference was. There was a lot of patience, but, you know, just those little change in numbers.
And a couple moments here. Your observations about the gameplay. Obviously, Richard was sort of dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many Ernies Richard had, but like you said, Eva, he is the king of that. He sees that ball so early and is able to, you know, move and get in the position to get that ball down and win.
Also, Tonio really didn't have any winners.
No. Yeah.
Whereas Dave did.
Right.
So when you go senior to senior matchup,
right.
I'm sure that Richard and Dusty had probably even amount, but I think the difference is that Dave was more of a force when he had to be.
Right.
Antonio really wasn't. He was just more of a setter, which was absolutely fine, but it wasn't enough to tip it.
But at the end of the day, that was the difference. You know, Dave, like I said at the beginning, you know, Dave's going to make the opponents feel pressure. He's going to be aggressive, and ultimately that's what happened.
Right. The senior has to have a presence of some sort at these higher levels.
And so coming up, we're going to have another women's pro split age with Bobby Oshiro and Lee Whitwell against Jardim and Ascarate. I can't wait to see this match coming up next.
Welcome back to our coverage from Naples, Florida, everybody, as we are just about set to go with our final match of the day. And boy, is this ever a surprise. We were expecting Andre Agassi and Annalie Waters to play back on the backcourts for their second match of the day, but they decided at the last minute, you know what, let's put it on Championship Court, and you and I are certainly not complaining, Chad Edwards.
No, not at all. And honestly, I think it was a smart decision. There were so many people around the backcourts that it was actually dangerous because people were trying to just cram in to watch this match.
Obviously, Andre and Annalie Waters, #1 ranked women's player in the world on the near court. And on the far court, starting off the serve is Tran Hyun McLean and her teammate Lin Yang. And we are underway at 0-0-2. Side out to get it started, so
yeah, I was going to say good pressure there from Agassi and Waters pinning McLean and Yang back at the baseline.
Andre able to catch up to that one off the paddle of Yang.
And watch for Len Yang to really try and manipulate the ball. He's got a table tennis background. He's very wristy, creates a lot of spin.
Agassi the winner, and the first point of the match.
Len spends some time out in Austin training with Monroe.
They haven't earned it though, Andre and Annalie.
Yeah, good footwork there from Agassi.
6-9-2. 6-9-2. ATP defended by
nice
Annalie.
patience.
Yang had her back.
Excellent patience there from McLean. Lets that ball develop, get around the post. Waters is there to defend, but you see Yang step over. Was able to put the pressure on there with the elevated ball.
Yang and McLean 6 points in their last 9 total serves. So Andre sees an opening and exploits it.
Nice little backhand flick there from Agassi. Goes back behind Yang. Again, that's a ball where Yang, he steps over, doesn't do anything with it, ends up just putting himself out of position.
That's a nice shot by Annalie to handcuff Yang and put them on the precipice here of game 1. Game point. Well, all things considered, that was a lot easier than anything this morning or early afternoon as they take it 11-7.
Well, they came out, got a few free points with those missed returns, got off to the early lead. Yang and McLean found a little momentum down the stretch here, but they'll need to make some big adjustments going into game 2 if they want to push this to 3.
And we will have game 2 coming up for you after this timeout. Stay with us as we continue our coverage of the 2025 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships presented by Margaritaville.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. all dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
So as we start, game one has just started real quick.
Side out.
So that's Lee Whitwell there, and Bobby Oshiro, her partner. Lee is about to serve.
0-0-1.
Earlier today, we saw Jardim and Lopez Escarate.
Point.
Lee's hands are so good.
I think these are
1-0-1.
These are all tennis players on this court, which
Second
means
serve.
that all of them like the ball to their sides. So my personal preference was I
1-0-2.
would go really hard at the body and then go outside versus going outside first.
Point.
So it's already 3-0 or just 2-0?
2.
Okay.
So again,
2-0-2.
earlier today, if you're joining us, Carolina and Simone worked their way through the bracket here in Championship Court. Again, so now at this point, all 4 of these players are familiar with Zing Zang Championship Court. Bob.
0-1. Point.
I don't know if Lee Whitwell was ready for that.
Yeah.
1-2-1.
You don't see that very often.
Is it the wind? That was, I'm surprised, both of them, because that's like uncharacteristic of them to miss those.
2-1.
Yeah. A nice deep serve.
This is a well set up point though, but they just got the net, and that was good defense by Simone and Carolina.
3-2-1.
Early in the game, smiles still all around on the court.
Wow.
That's a good shot.
Whitwell puts that away as we come back. Forcing that second serve.
3-2-2.
Nice.
Again, that's what I'm talking about. Her hands are just so good.
Yeah, but it's also positioning.
Yeah.
Like she recognizes that it's off to the left, so she has to take the middle.
Right.
So many people don't even make that move to cover the middle.
Lefties are good at that, Eva.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that fell
That
a little
did look
wide.
wide.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Point.
So we're tied up 3-3.
3-3-1.
I think that was out.
Oh, a little pop on the net. Whitwell's ball goes
Second
wide.
serve.
Ooh.
Again, still Whitwell and Oshiro smiling quite a bit. Lee Whitwell also known for some of her playful banter on the court.
Point. 4-3-2. Side out.
So there's a lot of slicing going on here. So in the men's match, we saw a lot of top spinning, right? Top spin going up and down quickly. The ladies
3-4-1.
are showing more of a slice, especially when they get wide. Their reach is probably a little bit less, and they're slicing more on their dinks.
So tied up 4-4.
Bad luck.
Second serve.
Both teams sort of
4-4-2.
inching along.
Point.
They've missed 3 returns.
Yeah, I think that they...
I mean, it's 5-3
Yeah.
or 5-4, and they've missed 3 returns.
Right up.
Nice coverage, Lee. Nice get.
Shiro comes back across the other way.
There was an Ernie opportunity by Bobby. No, didn't make it.
Point.
Simone kept that ball alive. You know, that aggressive ball. I mean, that is just so good.
Here's a quick look at that ATP.
6-4-2.
Called it just short.
Is that out?
Side out.
The ATP
Oh, okay, it
was
was out.
out. And then that ball, that just happened as we're looking at the replays called out. We find ourselves at 4-6-1.
Second serve.
So I feel like Lee and Bobby
4-6-2.
need. Yeah,
Side out.
I feel like Lee and Bobby, they don't want their dinks in front of their
6-4-1.
opponents bouncing up because it gives them a chance to go hard. I'd rather have them do a drip shot where they're kind of like top spinning it down like towards their calves, so they have to lift. There. Oh, nice.
Point.
I just think Lee and Bobby, they need to get to the kitchen faster. You know, they're hitting good thirds, but they're not getting there fast enough, so they're not feeling any pressure.
Yeah, well, look at that right there. This Franklin X40 replay kind of comes up. Lee's able to get her paddle on it, but ultimately Simone puts it away.
Point.
There's just no need to accelerate that quickly.
Yeah, so after a little bit of a back and forth, even, both sides, there now is a 4-point
8-4-1.
deficit as Lopez and Jardim are at 8-4.
I do feel like
Second
Simone's
serve.
just running the show right now.
100%.
I feel like she's, you know, I mean, I would probably keep the ball more to Carolina and then try to pull Simone wide and be more crafty below the net instead of trying to do
8-4-2.
anything huge above the net. That's a good shot.
It works.
Side out.
You're reaching just a little too far.
Just too far. Another reset. Another reset. When you're in that transition zone, you know, going hard is not your friend most of the time.
Well, right, and Simone can literally reset from almost anywhere on the
Exactly.
court.
4-8-1.
Get in. Okay, so now they're in. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, but that was in. So that's a perfect example of how they, like, methodically got to the kitchen, Bobby Oshira and Lee Wetwell, and then once they were there, they were able to do something. I do think Carolina is the person that they should be targeting. Not so much that she's going to get a rhythm, but enough that she's feeling like she's being attacked.
There's a couple points on the board. They're closing the gap. Oh, and unfortunately, that third into the net. Again, Ashiro gritting her teeth. You can see not happy with that.
6-8-2.
Great resets by Carolina.
Yeah, Carolina and Simone, they're doing a great job of keeping Lee Whitwell's forehand out of the middle. They're finding both their backhands.
Yep.
8-6-1.
That one, Simone went right into her right hip.
Almost.
Smart shot.
Second serve.
So that's where, as players, everyone, just take a look what's happening across the net. If they're both at the baseline and they're kind of flat-footed, drop shot.
Yeah. Well, and she did a great job taking pace off of it, too.
See, again, there, Lee was able to be aggressive with her forehand and set it up for Bobby to finish that.
And her positioning is closer to the middle now. She's not sitting over there letting Bobby run the show. I think, you know, Lee has so much talent. She needs to, even though we're the older people, like, that was out.
That was out. That was out. If they're still in it.
I love that Bobby's honest, but, you know,
yeah.
if you win a point, you got to take it.
I mean, sometimes, though, too, right, like you're just going after the ball, and hopefully your partner can see it, right?
Yep.
6-8-2.
Oh, yeah. Love the scorpion. Always assume you're going to get attacked.
That was a great dink by Lee.
Yeah. She's really keeping them, like, close to the net.
Oop. Oh.
Oh,
nice.
Lee, nice job. Oh, jeez.
No! I thought that might have been going out. That's a good point.
I think Bobby likes winning points 2 and 3 times in a point, don't you think?
Yeah, like there were two. Let's take a quick look here at the. Yeah, I mean, I think that was going out, but ultimately puts it away.
8-8-2, 1 minute.
So yeah, you know, they had that 4-point lead. It's been shut down. We're tied up at 8-8. A timeout's been called, and we got more action to come after this.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So as we come back in the middle of that timeout, again, Jardim and Carolina Lopez, they had a strong lead, but the tide seems to be turning a little bit, Marty. What are your thoughts?
It does. It does. Well, they're able to get deeper into the point, move the ball around, wait for a ball they can attack, as opposed to early on, they were the ones getting attacked.
I do think that Lee Whitwell's taking a bigger role now. She's not waiting. She's not playing mixed doubles and letting Bobby run the show. It's a 50-50 now, so.
Yeah, I'd just like to see her use her forehand more.
Yeah.
8-8-2. Point.
All right, so 2 points away from closing out this game.
Wow, 2.
Yeah.
Ball pops up.
Start out.
It's a little Whitwell can't get out of the way.
Eight, 9, 1.
I
Second
literally
server.
was just going to say, I'd like to see Carolina lob. She did. I wish I would have said it. Shoot.
Again, so they're
8, 9, 2.
Simone had what she
Right
wanted
out.
there. She moved the ball from one side of the court to the other there. Just kind of missed that volley, but
Yeah.
wow.
It was extreme. When you go that extreme of an angle, you got to take pace
9,
off
8,
and
1.
lift a little bit more. I think it had a little bit too much pace on it.
pop on the net. Yeah, there you go.
Point.
So we are watching. It's a women's semi with the split age, and these are second and third seed.
10,
Right?
8, 1.
Earlier in the day, we saw Fudge and Quarter, who were number 1.
Game point. Great hands by Lee Whitwell.
Yeah. And that was all her forehand.
Yeah, and she stayed right on that line.
Yep.
She stayed right on that line and took whatever.
So the number 3 seed takes game number 1 and a close fought battle, 11-8. There's more to come here at Zing Zang Championship Court at the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on day number 2.
Let me do the talking.
You bring the money?
Of course. First, show me your step.
Once you try it, there's no going back. Say the field lasts hours.
Let's play.
You always want more. You start, the friends are gonna want to try it too.
Please, freeze! Those pads are illegal. Hand them over. This can be. These are dual approved.
My play?
At Pickleball Den, our cutting-edge software revolutionizes the game for club managers, pickleball league and tournament directors, and passionate players everywhere. As the tech that powers the sport, our powerful automations are the driving force. With essential tools to power all your pickleball play, we help you elevate your events, delivering unparalleled quality that players love. Proudly serving as the official tournament software of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Level up your pickleball experience at pickleballden.com.
So there's a shot of Carolina Lopez and Simone Jardine, who had the momentum, but they lost it. And Whitwell and Oshiro shut them down. So as the number 2 seed, again, all 4 players have been here before. And how this is going to turn out.
You know, Simone, I was watching during the break. She was really, really vocal with her partner on what she wanted to take place. So I'll be real curious to see how this first 5 minutes happens here.
Shear comes around the Ernie.
Okay, so this is where, you know, what the viewers don't see is the wind. Okay, and the wind is now going with Simone and Carolina. So that means that any shot they hit is going to be 5-10 miles per hour faster, which makes a difference when you are attacking. And it makes it harder for, you know, Lee Whitwell and Bobby to reset. So let's see if that's a factor or not.
0-1-2.
Flag right now has just died down. One of the challenges I think you're talking about, it's a little inconsistent, whereas outside, the outside flags are constantly blowing, right?
Yeah. I mean, the ball is still moving to the right.
Second serve.
So we move along at second serve.
So when somebody is coming in off of a return, you want to try to drip the ball down, okay? Get it at their feet. You don't want a long shot. Right now, they want to get it at Simone's feet.
Well, what I've noticed is Simone's being a lot more aggressive. You know, she missed that dink, but she's driving a lot of forehands early on in this set.
2-0-2.
That return by Whitwell, uncharacteristic. We were talking about that earlier in the first game, a number of those returns going into the net.
0-2-1.
I think it has a lot to do with footwork. These guys stay in there after that first one.
Yeah.
And she's moving towards the middle. Bobby has that shot, so she should just stay on that line.
But Carolina and Simone are being aggressive.
Yes.
You know, they're speeding it up.
Absolutely. But you got to put up a wall.
So their first point on the board in this game, number 2.
Nice shot.
What a reset. Wow.
How does Simone get that?
Yeah, no kidding. Big overhead by Oshiro.
Oh,
drop.
smart.
You were talking about that earlier.
Yep.
Second server.
So they go hard, and then they get you on your heels, and then they go short, right? And then they also have the wind going against them, which means the ball is going to be pulling towards Lee Whitwell and Bobby.
1-2-2.
See Whitwell returns. Oh, lob from the baseline.
I'm surprised
Oshiro
they're
thought she
doing
had
that.
that, put it into the net. Yeah, you know, how often do you lob all the way from the baseline?
But not only that, they're going with the wind.
Yeah, the wind. It's swirling. Wow.
Oh, no.
Side out.
Yeah, you see Jardim still sort of shaking her head a little bit.
2-2-1. Second serve.
Serve goes long.
2-2-2.
Oh, that goes wide.
Two
serves in a
serves.
row.
Monkey see, monkey do. We
Yeah,
don't
we-
want it. We don't want to do that.
We've seen it all. We've seen
Yeah.
2 missed returns. We've seen 2 missed serves.
2-2-1.
Okay, now all 4 up at the net.
That's
And
it.
again, that little pop on the net.
What a backhand volley. Wow.
Okay, are we talking athleticism by seniors? Let's go.
All right, there you
Let's go.
Eva.
3-2-1.
What a reset.
Well, thought that was coming over, ultimately rejected by the net. And all of a sudden, things have turned around.
So Simone and Carolina are standing off the line a little bit because they know the wind is going to drop that ball down, so they're letting it bounce and then attack.
Oh, I think Carolina thought she had that.
Yep. Almost. Almost.
4-2-2.
Oh my gosh, I thought that was out.
Bobby loved, boy. Bobby.
She is so generous.
She is so generous. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, from now on, if I ever hear a story about her calling bad line calls,
There's
I'll be
no
like,
way.
no way.
It's not
Don't
true.
believe it.
Yeah, 2 games in a row,
true.
right? I mean, the ball there rolled back into one of the VIP gold boxes. I think they're looking for it. Got our ball back.
And Bobby, she's always got a smile on her face, too.
Yeah, she's a sweetie. Really good for the game.
2-4-1.
Yeah, I mean, look at this soft game.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh, my goodness.
Second server.
So she looked across the net and she saw Bobby was leaning to her right, so she went over the other shoulder.
Yep.
I mean, those are like minuscule decisions that you have to learn how to
2-4-2.
make. Nice.
There you go.
Guard out.
Saw that a few times. You get that ball up over her right shoulder.
Yep.
Just going to put it down.
4-2-1.
I love how Carolina is just standing in the middle.
Yep. Oh, nice by Oshiro.
Okay, but she was standing in the middle, but when it went to Bobby, she needed to shift.
Yep.
Because now her responsibility was the line, right? And then Simone should have taken over the middle. So those, I mean, it's
Well, no,
instantaneous.
Shiro had that nice. She had that nice
Yeah.
place shot, though, right? You know.
Nice shot. That's tough.
Guard out.
That's 2 points in a row where Bobby's been really, really aggressive
Yeah.
down the line, too.
Yeah. Carolina may want to do a scorpion and just
2-4-1.
sit on that forehand so
Right.
that she can cover the face and the right side.
Up a little drip over the net.
Second server.
The
Payback.
courtesy hand wave. Sorry about that, but you
Payback,
take it.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, look at Lee. Look at Lee.
Lee's
They're
getting
partners, you know. They're partners in the women's draw for the
right.
Champions Pro.
So playing against each other here, but
Showing some love. Showing some love.
2-4-2.
Oh, that's a great shot.
she tried to go around, couldn't quite get it. I mean, but at some point you love the friendly, the good sportsmanship, but like they're on a roll a little bit. They hit some good shots, you know. Like,
I wouldn't,
You're
but,
like,
you
yeah.
know.
Like, I don't want to interrupt my groove.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Guard out.
It's too far away.
Yeah,
Too
she
far away.
Anticipated it, but
Yeah.
But Simone's being aggressive again.
Yeah.
You know, when she's been
43-1.
aggressive, they've won points.
Right. Does Simone ever not get the ball back?
What a shot,
Yeah.
Carolina.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Second serve.
yeah, just hits the baseline there.
I really do think that the lob is essential because once you are that far leaning forward, you have to get people off the net. Oh, what a good serve.
Look at that.
Oh. Elder abuse. Yeah, that's so funny. I don't know if everybody
She
heard that.
said,
Elder
hey,
abuse.
stop, that's elder abuse. Take it out on her, not me. Yeah, Bobby. Smiling the whole time, right?
Smiling.
She smiles just as happy with the overhead. Here it comes.
3-5-1.
Whitwell gets it back.
They're on different sides right now. Carolina and Simone.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Unbelievable.
Oh, I think Carolina's was going out too. But you know, in the heat of the moment, it's so hard to stop.
But like Rusty says, is there a ball that Simone can't reset?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that was pretty. That was pretty. Coming back in the middle of the point, just forced that.
Okay, we're halfway through this game. This is where the momentum shifts, or
yeah,
we're on a steady ride. Let's see what happens.
Point.
So 6-3.
6-3-1.
What a reset there.
Oh.
The winds at her back.
I know, the winds at her back. Oh my gosh.
Again, more playful banner there.
6-3-2. Point.
That's going against the wind too.
Yeah.
Okay.
7-3-2.
All right, so right now what we're seeing is that the side going with the wind is winning. Okay. Maybe a strategy change, but right now the wind could be a huge factor, being that this side is going with the wind. Lee and Bobby are going to have to do something different to change the outcome of this game. Good job, Carolina. Oh my God, how does she find that? How does she find that?
Yeah,
How?
oh my gosh.
And they switch sides again. I mean, Simone's on the right now, and Carolina's on the left. I mean, Simone, she knows every... There's a lot of tools in that bag.
Okay, but placement over power, Simone, if you really think about it. I mean, yes, she pressures with speed, but a lot of these shots are just placement over power.
7-3-1. Point.
So not to jinx anybody, but game number one, these guys were leading at 8. And that was the last point that they got. All right, now they get to 9. So that's a big gap, those 6 points between 9-3. I wouldn't want to be there, and it didn't look like Whitwell or Shiro did either. And they're going to try to see what they can do to turn it around after this.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready, always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So coming back, you see there Whitwell on the left, Oshiro on the right. They closed out game number 1 pretty strong, 11-8, with a lot of runs, but all of a sudden they find themselves with a 6-point deficit, Marty.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's where, you know, the experience of Simone's paying off. She's been in this court probably more than anybody, right, Eva? I mean, at the end of the day, and she knows the importance of momentum. And you're seeing, you know, they're making more balls right now and being more aggressive.
I mean, she knows how to win, right? I mean, people who've been in this situation a million times. She knows how to win. She knows how to maintain her nerves. Nice shot.
Wow.
All right, Whitwell closes it out, forcing the side out.
And I think I probably would do more of that for Lee, is go behind Simone since she's leaning so far to the middle. You know, try to keep her out, and then it exposes Carolina.
So that timeout worked in their favor to get them the ball back. Uh-oh.
Ooh, look at Bobby. Ooh, playful. I love that they can be nice to each other.
491.
Eva, what are your thoughts here with Simone playing on the right and Carolina on the left? Because Simone's been over there on the left the whole match.
Well, I mean, Carolina plays the left for most of her competitive, like, champion pro matches. I mean, even when she plays mixed, she plays the left.
So you're saying she's used to it?
Yeah, and I mean, Simone can play both sides so well. So why don't you put the person that's getting picked on the most in the position that they're most comfortable with?
Right. Carolina comes across, switching of positions. Ball dribbles up. Nice cross court again.
That's a good shot. Wow, right on the line.
Just the corner.
Oh, on the line. Oh.
A lot of pain on that ball right now, Eva.
Yeah. I would have gone forward. That's the high end of the net. I would have gone forward. By Lee Whitwell to Carolina.
10-4-1.
Yeah.
Game point.
Yep. Whitwell drops it a little.
That's a good inside out.
Yeah.
What a reset.
She digs it out. Lob it.
Look at her go.
Oh,
no! Nice job, Lee. What a get.
Yes.
Again, another instance of never give up.
Yeah,
Make
take a look
them
here.
hit another ball.
The Franklin X40 replay. The lob. Whitwell gets it. Jardim thinks she's going to put it away, but ultimately in the net. It's so frustrating. You can see the look on her face. But they have a second serve and a second game point. And then there have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to 3.
11-4.
Jardim and Lopez take number 2. 11-4 with big smiles on their face. Now they'll see if they can go all the way to 3.
Yeah, I mean,
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up after this match, we're going to be having...
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
Well, there you see the results from game number 1 and game number 2. What do you think kind of helped turn the tide, Eva?
Well, again, the wind is going to take a toll on whichever side you are, but I just think you can't be cute. You got to be able to work these points. You can't try, anything like one-shot wonders. You're going to have to move these people around, and you got to be patient, and you've got to execute the shots. I think at the end, Lee was trying to just end shots too soon.
Point.
So see there, Simone and Carolina are not doing anything special.
Yeah, you got to stay on that dink.
They literally are just waiting for you to pull the trigger, and then they're going and probably miss.
Well, Jardine's, percentages dink-wise in the soft game are just off the charts.
See that you want to put the pressure on Jardine and Carolina and make them make a shot that maybe isn't a high probability, and then you win it.
0-1-1.
Oh no, miss hit.
But you know what, the wind, it gets tricky. I've played inside here, and Eva, you've played inside here so many different times. But, the wind gets a little tricky.
And that ball floats just a little bit much.
Well, it's tough to look up to this, too.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, there's dead spots. Like, when you look up and you're not seeing the ball that well.
So they have to go to off to the side by one of our wonderful camera operators and get the ball back.
Second serve.
So we're tied up 1-1.
1-1-2.
See, I really like that play.
Yep.
That's really one of the first times she's been aggressive on her backhand. She loves to be aggressive on her forehand.
Yep.
Caught Carolina by surprise.
Point.
And then she's putting her hand up to Simone a little bit, apologizing to her partner. We talked about how many times Simone has been here. And
3-1-2.
but Carolina has really kind of been performing well in this bracket. We've seen her out here the second time, her cross court. Has that arsenal of shots, right?
Yep.
Both the hard and the soft game.
They do. Bobby and Lee definitely look like they're targeting Carolina a little bit more and not involving Simone as much.
Second server.
So that all has to do with the return of serve.
Yep.
They kept Simone back, and then the drop shot becomes available.
1-3-2.
I thought she was going to hit that one, right?
Or call it in.
Yeah.
Or call it in.
So she let that go wide.
So 3-1-1. Second server.
I like that dink right between the legs.
Yeah.
You know, it just
More
handicaps you.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
3-1-2.
Oh.
Side out.
Quick side out. Serve comes back to Georgine and Lopez. And so you guys, having played, how much when you come off of second game win, do you feel like the third game's in your favor? Or do you feel like it's a total reset?
Well, I think there's momentum, definitely. But you also got to recognize what your opponents were not doing to allow you to win that second game and how you implement it at the start of the third.
Oopsie.
Yeah, a little bit of a...
I always think, okay, they did this. My guess is, what will their strategy be? What will their next plan be? And I try to kind of like
2-3-1.
get ahead of it.
But I think even like when you and I've played, you know, finding the right balance in what we want to do well, not let them dictate so much.
No, exactly.
Well, Jardine pulls Ashiro out to the side. She tries to get the ATP, but couldn't quite get there. And we are tied up now at 3-3.
How quickly does that change? Down on the ground, down on the ground.
Yep.
Bada bing, bada boom, right?
Yeah. So quick move to second serve.
3-3-2.
It's a good serve.
Yeah, nice deep aggressive serve there. Hope that lob. Whitwell gets it. I don't know about that last. Yeah, I mean, she's looking at her paddle funny. It looked like.
I still don't think if Bobby's going to come over that she should speed that up.
Sorry.
Yeah, I look for Simone to really, really take charge here. You know, 4-3, third game. She's been on this court so many different times.
Look at that. A long dink session here.
What a point.
Like I said, I think Simone's going to really, really, you know, make her presence felt. But I've never lost a match sitting here. I'm undefeated.
You're undefeated in the booth.
I didn't get that for a second. I was like, wait a second.
I was like, you lost earlier. 3-5-2. Or 5-3-2, sorry.
Point.
Crowd with a...
Change in. 6-3-2.
So game number 3, we will take a moment to kind of keep that balance because, as you said, the win's different. Let's make sure each team gets a side-by-side to try to keep this third fair. But for them, they just want to close it out. We'll see what happens after this.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready, always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So we are moving along, and timeouts happen, you know, not by either team, so they still maintain their own strategic timeouts, switching of sides. Again, you guys have been talking about the wind. Right now we see the flag on the far court sort of blowing away from us, so the servers have the wind at their back. Curious, which direction do you guys favor?
Thank you.
I favor going with the wind at the end.
Time in.
It all depends on my opponents if they
6-3-2.
can control the ball or not.
Yeah.
That is an unbelievable get by Simone in pushing that ball wide, Eva.
I really think that they need to stop. They can't give Simone that backhand roll. I mean, stop it. And I think that they should just go hard at Carolina.
Or go down the middle.
Yeah, but I don't think that these angles are not working for them.
Yeah, so they just got.
Simone's just too good.
That was pretty, though.
That was nice. Very good shot by Lee.
So after Jardim and Lopez getting 4 points in a row in between the change of sides, Whitwell and Oshiro are able to get the ball back.
3-7-1.
Another dink session. Oh, the lob, she gets it.
Wow.
It's that jumping
Great
backhand
job,
over her left shoulder. She's done that earlier.
So athletic.
So athletic. She has videos of her working out and dancing. She's so cute. She's so cute.
You see it there. Yeah, courtesy to Franklin X40 replay. We come back to the point already in progress.
And again, Simone's over on the right. Carolina's over on the left. That you know shared Eva that she likes so much. So.
Yep.
But I would also say, you know, if you're Bobby and Lee, they're wait a minute. What is she doing over on the left? You know, they keep switching, so that gets in your mind a little bit.
Yeah, show something different. Nice shot.
Yeah, heats that up.
Great get, Carolina. Nice. Wow. Nice job by Carolina.
They were surprised about that. Carolina gave a little chest bump to Simone, almost knocked her over.
Nice job. I like what Bobby and Lee are trying to do, but you know, Carolina's saying, no, 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 not today.
There's that drop. Look at that, huh?
I mean, they're just basically outplaying them below the net. Really not doing anything fancy.
Yeah, and here we are
Moving
at
the
game
ball
point.
around. Yep.
10-3-1.
And there it is. 11-3. Not as close as game number 1, but nothing is over here at Zing Zang Championship Court. Take one last look there at Jardim and some moments from the match.
Lopez has karate.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
So as we come back into Zing Zang Championship Court, we see the Skechers Pickleball match summary. Marty, there was some great stuff there, and you take a look at the numbers. What are you thinking?
You know, when I look at this, you know, Lee and Bobby, they were in that match, stretched it out to three sets. But at the end of the day, you know, 48 unforced errors compared to 28 for Simone and Carolina. Excuse me. I mean, that's the difference.
Yeah, and you see 19 outright winners compared to 11, right? There were some great moments they had, but ultimately, as Eva was saying, you know, their gameplay at the net, the soft, they just kind of kept through it.
Yeah, and you know, Carolina and Simone, they were aggressive at the right time. You know, they didn't force their aggressiveness. They waited for the point to come to them and then finished, as opposed to, you know, 48 unforced errors. That just goes to show you weren't as patient as you needed to be.
Yeah, and you see right there some of the great moments with the last final, that big chest bump celebration at the end. I think the momentum was there. They were taking it away. The confidence built, and ultimately it went the way of Jardim and Lopez. So they'll be moving on to see if they can claim gold here at the U.S. Open. But coming up after this, we're going to have a men's pro split age event with Gingrich Kazuda versus Oncines and Monroe. That is going to be a pretty spectacular match. So everybody stay tuned and don't go away.
East Naples Community Park, where creativity and lots of emotion are always on display at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Let's get it on this Friday. Well, the white sand beaches of Florida's Paradise Coast are tough to top here in Naples, Florida. But since 2016, the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships have been giving Mother Nature a run for her money, because this event is absolutely the pinnacle of the sport. And as we wind down the week, the events and the games and the names get bigger and bigger, and we're excited to bring you this Fat Tire Friday from the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Here's what it looks like as you make your way to Zing Zang Championship Court and a full day of action. We're excited to bring it to you here on CBS Sports Network. Hello, everybody. Dave Benz, reunited with Melissa McCurley and Chad Edwards. And guys, it is a whole lot of fun to be back here again this year. And Chad, so far, we've seen a lot of interesting things this week. One of my favorite was seeing a 28 seed win a medal here yesterday.
That was a very impressive run by Marsh and Ruoff in senior pro women's doubles. But I have to say, the crowds here in Championship Court, I don't think I've ever seen it consistently this large, and also out on the grounds. The intensity from the crowds, the intensity from the players, this year really means a lot to a lot of people.
And Melissa McCurley has not been able to be with us on the live streams this week because, Melissa, there are so many players, so many brackets this year. You've been doing double duty trying to keep track of it all. This event just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Getting bigger. We had over 5,200 players register. We have over 3,200 people playing. We have 8 days we're running this year because we added qualifiers for the pro divisions to this year's U.S. Open.
And the prize money, $150,000, and that's only if there's no Triple Crown winners. It actually goes north with Triple Crown winners, so it just keeps getting bigger and better. And it's not only necessarily about the competition here at the U.S. Open. It's always been about the camaraderie, about growing the sport, and we saw that on display on Wednesday night when perhaps the biggest name in the entire sport, Anna Lee Waters and her mother, Lee Waters, they took to Championship Court and held a kids clinic. Always great to get the youngsters involved.
Oh yeah, and it's great to see all the kids out. We have a lot of things happening in the junior and the youth around the world in pickleball, and so to see it continue to grow here at the U.S. Open is just another piece that makes this tournament special.
Yeah, and Anna Lee was those kids' age when she started playing pickleball and making a name for herself, so who better?
And we may see a snippet of that before the weekend is up. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have some fantastic action coming your way after this timeout here on CBS Sports Network. Welcome to beautiful Naples, Florida, along the Paradise Coast, and easy to see why they have given it that name. So many options to entertain yourself down here in Southwest Florida, and one of those, the annual pilgrimage to East Naples Community Park for the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. We have reached Friday, Fat Tire Friday here inside Zing Zang Championship Court. Dave Benz, Melissa McCurley, Chad Edwards, happy to be along with you for this live stream on this Friday. We will transition later tonight to CBS Sports Network for some live national television coverage as well. But we picked this one up in the Women's Pro Doubles Division semifinals, and there's a look at the bracket. Anna Lee Waters and Lee Waters, the #1 seed, they are into the semifinals, as are Butler Humberg and Jarjing Harris. So the last spot in the semis will be decided between the teams of Todd Newell and Fudge Trong, and they are on the court right now in game 3, tied at 5-5. So the next 6 points are going to decide a berth in the semifinals. Let's pick up this live action right now on Zing Zang Championship Court, and that is Todd and Newell in the far court. Fudge and Trong are in the near court, and right now 5-5-1 with Todd and Newell. Actually, it is Fudge and Trong taking over the serve right now at 5-5-1. So flip that graphic around.
No. Flip what you just said.
Oh, so
Todd and Newell are in the red.
Yeah, everything is I said everything backwards. I was like,
it's opposite day.
It is.
It's Fat Tire Friday, and Dave's already hit the Fat Tire.
I'm trying to look at the graphic and trying to. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, obviously that's Paris Todd on the right, alongside her teammate, and on the far side you've got Fudge and Trong, and that is Alex Trong on the left and Megan Fudge on the right on the far side of the court. So 5-5-2 in the side out. We'll get it back over to Fudge and Trong.
And one of those big names we're going to see is Kyle Yates, by the way, who's won many championships right here on this court.
7-6-2.
Great firefight at the net.
Oh, that was all defense from Newell, but a smart move there from Fudge. Newell and Todd started coming back up to the kitchen, and Fudge made it look like she was going to go soft, and then just a quick speed up behind Newell.
6-7-1.
Two-handed backhand was unable to be returned, so move to the second server here.
6-7-2.
That's deep, tied at 7.
Good counter attack there from Trong. Recognizing the speed up from Todd, got it back on it quickly. That paddle just a little too open from Todd.
7-7-2.
Todd back here in 2024 after taking a Triple Crown in 2023 here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and she's not going to have an opportunity to repeat that Triple Crown this year. She was unable to make singles on Sunday.
So since I did not take a look at it, I'm going to ask you my prep work live on air. Who did take singles that has a chance for a Triple Crown this weekend? Anybody still alive? No. There you go.
There's not going to be a triple. There's not going to be a Triple Crown in the pro division, men or women.
That was the easiest prep work I've done all week. We've got a timeout at 8-7. Fudge and Trong will use the timeout. We'll get a quick Takea hydration break. Back here in Naples, Florida, as we continue on with our coverage of this match joined in progress women's quarterfinal. And right now, just 1 point separating these two teams for a berth in the semis. Fudge and Trong use the timeout. And Todd and Newell will resume the serve at 8-7.
Time in. 8-7-1.
So as we come back, again, I personally can't get enough, and I've been coming here for 10 years. I got to come back to this area and visit you maybe, Eva, so that I can spend some time on the waterways. I keep talking about the waterways, but I'm always here with the pickleball, and I love it.
Yes.
Pickleball, Jenna, we've been here since, well, actually before when Kristen Terry first pitched to us and said, you got to come, we're going to do this amazing tournament. And we're like, who are you? But that began a great relationship, and we have been honored, as well as Greg Liokaevo and his team since year number 1, 2016, helping to kind of bring this media to the world. You see right there, that's Kyle Kazuda, who's got an amazing YouTube channel and coaching. His partner, Dane Gingrich, in the green. We're about to see the men's split age, and this is probably going to be a pretty hefty matchup. What do you guys think?
I mean, I'm super, super excited about this. You know, you have a couple different styles. You know, Jaime.
Right there, that's
I don't
Jaime.
think he's missed a dink in the last 10 years. You know, Dane can be very, very clever in the kitchen. Jack Monroe's one of the best young pros out there, and Kyle's following on YouTube. I mean, he's a great student of the game. He's doing well at the pro level. So this is, there's going to be some fireworks here.
So Jack Monroe has many talents. I mean, I think he can hit from the left, hit from the right. He has all these kind of trick shots. Not sure if we're going to see any, but he is definitely a talent that is coming up. He's #1 on the ATP Tour.
Oh, nice around the post there. The ball rolls right along, and Kazuda gets it. But yes, going back in time, a lot of people don't know. Let's see here. We can see it. Yes.
What a shot.
Yeah, I mean that.
1-1.
So this ball is going to move really fast. So it's a matter of, you know, the seniors who are, these are some of the best seniors out there, making, you know, having the movement to keep up with how fast the young people are moving it too.
Right out.
This has come here.
1-0-1.
Jaime on scene, serving to Dane Gingrich.
Okay, that wasn't nice, but that was a really good shot.
Yeah, heats it up into the body of Onsines.
And that's what I'm talking about. You know, Dane, he is very, very clever. I mean, he knows when to speed it up. He knows when to slow it down.
So Dane tried to like sway to the left to show like a cross court, and then he went behind. Jaime was smart because Jack has that middle. Like Jaime has to own that line in front of Dane.
But right there, you know, to start that point, Eva, you know, you were talking about how Jack Monroe, he can play left-handed, he can be right-handed. So he served the first 2 points left-handed, and now he's serving right-handed.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he.
Good observation.
We'll get into that story in a second.
Nice positioning by Jaime. So initially, in the first couple of points, it was like keep away from Kyle and only go to Dane. And then Kyle and Dane were hitting a lot to Jack, almost like they do to Ben Johns, where you keep him off to the side and keep him out of the middle.
So yeah, Jack's actually the veteran of pickleball here. He's been playing since he's 12. We did a story about him.
That's crazy.
He was the youngest 5-0 at the time. And he actually played he played in the 19+ 5-0 bracket with Joanne Russell. And they took gold. So you had a 62-year-old and a 12-year-old played the 5-0, you know, she won Wimbledon before he was born.
4-0-1.
And they played
That's so
together
cute.
and took a gold medal.
That's kind of like why I play with Eva, Rusty, you know, for that mentorship.
You're so funny.
4-0-2.
Oh, here you go.
Good hands.
But yeah, Jack took some time off, and you know, at school was playing some other sports and stuff, and he's kind of come back to pickleball. So
Great.
here's another replay there, that moment.
Yep.
Nice interchange.
0-4-1.
Way to go to the feet.
Second serve.
Yeah, you get that ball on the ground, you know,
Yeah.
when you're hitting down on it, that's a
Yeah.
good formula.
Side out.
Jaime should just have his forehand ready because they're just going to hit on him. Like that third ball of after an exchange with Jack is going to be redirected. He should just have it up.
Exactly.
Good duck. Thought that
I
was.
like that move, though. Kyle read it. He's just got to get it down.
So, and not to be all about the Jack Monroe story, but when he was a little kid, he broke his arm. So he started playing pickleball with his dad with his left, and that's how he developed his ambidexterity.
But he is predominantly playing with his left.
He can play with either one as much. But
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's whatever works for the scenario.
Yep. Dane's looking to Ernie. That's a good shot. I think Jaime learned that lob from me. You know, I did play with him for a year.
Oh, there you go.
Yes,
there you go.
I did play with him for a year, and I lobbed a lot, probably more than he probably preferred. But I did do it.
Well, as they take a big, strong lead at 6-0 already, a timeout by the receivers has been called. And, yeah, you don't want that 6-0 lead to go anywhere else. And we'll see if the timeout works in their favor.
Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So there's a quick look there at Kyle Kazuda and Dane Gingrich, who, again, strong players, but they just can't quite get a point on the board, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dane and Kyle right here, you got to really analyze how you're losing points and then how you can incorporate, you know, to get positive or, you know, or ahead of the point to finish a point. So this is an important stretch.
Little pop on the net, lands in, and nice around the post, yeah.
I like how Dane waited, held it, and then hit it.
Dane's a great student of the game, so he isn't going to go away.
0-6-1.
Gingrich serves, Monroe returns. Nice little touch there.
Yeah, but again, I mean, how smart is that? How smart is that to use the front of the court?
A little dribble over the net. With a cross-court dink with Onsines and Kazuda.
Side out.
Again, Jaime's not missed a dink in the last 10 years.
And Jack is putting so much pressure on that middle because every time Kyle hits, he just sees Jack.
Yep.
So he's being forced to, like, put more pressure on making a good dink.
Second serve.
And he's left-handed.
Yep.
You know, he's playing left-handed.
Well, and I think probably because he's like, hey, if we can have two forehands in the middle, why not?
Exactly.
Nice shot. I really think that Dane should have that middle and Kyle should move over.
7-0-2.
Gingrich keeps it in play.
Nobody can get it. Oh, there
Yeah.
we go.
There's almost a little stutter in communication there, but they were able to keep in it.
But Jack and Jaime kept Kyle and Dane in that transition zone, so it was a matter of like, which ball are we going to end up winning it on?
Again, you know, it's just Jaime hit a nice third, got in fast, prepared his racket or his paddle, you know, hit it out in front, hit it down. I mean, it's just textbook.
Yep.
A little miscommunication there. Kazuda goes to go in. Gets it. Gingrich's feet.
Okay,
and we find ourselves
that's mixed doubles, though.
Yeah.
That's mixed doubles. Okay, the guy does that to the girl all the time. So you have to communicate.
And so here's our first game point.
Nice. Excellent. What a boy. That was a kind of a blowout. I
Yeah,
didn't
that was a
expect
quick.
that.
It was a surprise, and I think, I don't think it was an accurate reflection of the quality of these teams.
No.
So we'll see if they can turn it around and play their game next time.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
Number one, 11-0. I think everybody's a little bit surprised, but we talked about, I mean, Onseens and Monroe, powerful team. Either they're going to have to do some work. See if they can get their heads and their results back.
Okay, so they played that point on their
first
terms.
one.
You know, you kind of have to break the seal, get a little confidence, and just, you know, build off of that.
1-0-2.
Okay,
Two
so
in a
now
row,
they're going against the wind.
Yeah.
And remember, just because it's 11-0, maybe they had the jitters, maybe they just didn't have their feet moving. Who knows? Change the strategy, execute. Doesn't mean you don't have confidence. You got to go in believing that, like, hey, there's 2 more games to play.
Oh, Kazuda almost took that one out. Lets it go long. 3 quick in a row.
And
radically different already than game number 1.
Exactly, and they've been the more dominant, or I'm sorry, aggressive team to start this game.
Kazuda tries to go up and over on scenes, goes a little long. But still, like we said, 1, 2, 3 in a row. It's a great start to number 2.
Yep.
0-3-1.
Too high, right?
But Kyle found Jaime's feet.
Yes,
You know.
yes.
0-3-2.
Too high still. Way
Nice,
to keep
back in the
Jaime
corner.
back. Yep, way to keep.
Ah.
He didn't have to go that great, but he had a great. Kyle had a great game plan there to just keep Jaime stuck in that corner, right? Oopsie.
Two little errors there. Another little backhand into the net, unfortunately.
I don't know if the viewers can see how close that was to the net. I mean, how much you have to reach in.
Yeah.
I would just bump that back over. I wouldn't go long. I would just bump it over and get it to the other side of the net. Ooh, look at all these scorpions.
Jack just quickly switched to his right there.
He did.
Nice point. That was a really good point. Good
He did.
defense on both sides.
Yeah, so in the middle of that rally there, that defensive, he switched to his right, dug it out, stayed in the point. Quick look here. Right hand, back to the left hand.
So Dane Gindrich hit a great shot, like in the gray area to the right of Jaime that hit the ground, and it really set up everything from there. So that was very calculated, which is important.
So they shut down that three-point run, get the ball back.
Dane was waiting for that backhand. He should have gone to the ground.
4-4-1.
Lucky. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, Jaime, you know, he's letting Jack have the middle, but on that one, he was the aggressor. He shifted right and leaned in and flicked that backhand volley.
That's where two righties are tough in the middle. You got to communicate, otherwise you're going to have, you could have some problems.
Heated that up on scenes.
4-4-1.
Gets the ball back.
Yeah, that was like a screwball serve.
Yeah.
Second serve.
Good job.
Oh, Gingrich.
You know,
the hands, the block volley. Go ahead.
Right. I mean, that's just a great play by Dane. You know, he sat back in. He was ready for it. You know, they've really came out here in this second set, and they're ready to play.
4-4-1.
See, Dane's sitting backhand, okay, and he did a phenomenal job. But what did Jaime do? He went after his right side because he knew that, and Dane does show it. He turns sideways, so he shows
right, so
his
he
backhand,
commits a little bit.
But he's only giving Jaime maybe 15% of the court. So if Jaime can make it, kudos. But it's a tough shot to Scorpion. I like that off speed. No, but he went hard, and then he completely changed it, so it just screwed the other team up.
4-4-1.
So no points on that. Good job by Kyle getting the ball to the ground.
4-4-2.
Oh, almost. Wow.
Nice job.
You know, Jack has such great feel of the ball. He can roll it. He can flatten it out.
The ball landed in someone's drink cup, actually.
Really?
Like I said, he's got great feel for the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But very deceptive because he can hold it and then he goes
What are the odds of that?
inside,
There you
outside.
go. A cocktail pickleball, like
There
right
you
into
go.
their cup.
Hysterical.
She's like,
That's
you want the wet
hysterical.
ball back?
What type of cocktail? It's a drunk ball.
It's a drunk ball.
It's a drunk ball.
I don't know what cocktail that is, but yeah. So you can the biggest pickleball party in the world. These VIP boxes. If you don't know about it, you get sort of a concierge service. You can get some drinks delivered to you. Some of the most coveted seats in the world in terms of pickleball.
There was a massive waiting list for VIP.
Jack digs that out.
Yeah, Johnny was off balance.
Yeah, yeah.
Good job by those guys to kind of suffocate Jaime on that ball. Oh, what happened there?
Well, I think
they ran into each other.
Yeah, Kyle kind of came over a little too far. Dane had that lined up.
4-5-2.
defends the ATP, comes in with an Ernie.
So he hit he defended the ATP with his right hand and then came in.
No.
Yeah, he defended it on his right hand and then got it over to his left hand.
And then Dane did a good job just filling in that middle, waiting for the ball back. Oh, Jaime saw it.
Doesn't quite.
Dane moved too soon.
All right, you know, after 11-0, game number one, they now find themselves up 7-5.
You know, sometimes you just got to get used to the people's pace, you know, what's going on in the court, the environment. There's so many things. Like 11-0 doesn't mean that much unless you do it twice.
Kazuda rushes the net, but Onsines is able to keep it and play right back at him and
5-7-1.
closes it out. Oh, missed it. He wants that back.
Again, I really think that when they look up, they lose the ball because we've seen that in several matches now.
6-7-1.
That was a good fake.
Yeah, he really held that, and Dane was leaning to his right, and Kyle's just kind of frozen, and he just rolled it down the line.
Oh, dear. What happened?
Dane had so much, he went inside out, you know, and had so much spin, and then it hit the top of the net and created more spin. Watch on this replay.
Oh, man. That was a great job. Great spin by, fake by Dane. That was good. A lot of spin out here. Okay, 7-7.
A little conversation between Onsines and Monroe.
That's a good timeout.
Making a decision. Yeah, I mean, radically different than game number 1. So they choose to call a timeout and try to keep this thing from going to 3.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready, always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So yeah, I mean, again, there's a whole bunch of different strategies, reason for a timeout, you guys. What do you think's going on there?
Well, I mean, I think they want to have a plan going into the last few points of the game, and they want to have the other team just settle down, think, you know, slow their heart rates down and kind of like hopefully change the momentum back into Jaime and Jack Monroe's favor. And so it worked, right?
Yeah.
Because now.
Yeah, that's I know Kyle feels this, but that's a tough miss right there. That ball has to go over the net at this juncture.
See how. I like to see Jaime getting some of his volleys down more than forward because it's allowing them to react.
It's a great point, Eva.
There we go. See, he got it down. Sometimes less pace and placement down is better than power forward.
Yeah, because then you can use your opponent's speed of the ball to get it over. As to your point, you know, when you soften it up, then they have to generate the power.
Yep.
7-8-2. Point.
Tied up again.
Dane jumped up on that one. He had it. Ooh, what happened?
I think he lost it. You know, if you're looking at where Dane's standing right now, there's a sunspot on the court. I think he kind of just lost it in the sun.
Yep.
Let's see. It just kind of came right into his chest there. Tries to attack it from down low, puts it in the net.
Yeah, and they had 2 balls they should have finished to win that point.
You have 8. 8-9-1. Set it third.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
You got to get that serve in.
8-9-2.
Look at that angle. I mean, that was unreturnable.
Unreturnable.
And again, having that lefty there is a real advantage.
9-8-1.
Good hands by Kazuta there.
Great job, Kyle. Nice job.
9-8-2.
Quick side out.
I feel like there's like uncharacteristic errors in general going on.
Yeah.
The points aren't as long.
Well, and with that, you know, again, this is a game we do not know how it's going to end. They've called this timeout. And, yeah, I mean, again, what are you thinking? You talk about those uncharacteristic errors. What are you observing, Eva?
Well, I think that it's getting tight, right? It's getting tight. They're trying to make it a little bit too perfect. You know, the communication, there's a little bit of hesitation on everybody's part. I mean, this is where the feet have to keep moving. The communication has to be perfect. I mean, you have to go for good, not great. You're not going to hit a home run on shots, you know, I mean, and you have to be patient because a couple of those times, both teams accelerated the point and the shot, and they should have, you know, dipped it one more time down in order to create the put away. So,
yeah, because we've had a couple back and forths, you know, no points on either side. You get the serve at this point. No points, no points, no points, no points. The tension's also rising.
Yeah, you got to hit big targets. You got to aim for big targets right here.
That's a good point. So I think Jaime pulled him in purposely for him to hit a ball a little bit high so that he could hit him. I don't think he just hit like a crummy shot. I think he intentionally was like, okay, I'm going to pull you up, and then I'm going to go hard.
Gingrich also, I think, taking his time, walking over to get that ball.
Yeah.
I remember a number of years ago. We'll talk about that later. Ball goes long, another side
So are
out.
they getting tired? Are they trying too much too soon? Like, this is where you really need to engage and focus.
Yeah, you got to hit big targets here.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah,
well, and
you
again,
know what?
it's, you know, we're at 5:30. It's been a long day, and it's beautiful in here. Nice, but it's hot. They've been playing lots of matches, hard matches.
Now, I'm just wondering, you know, on the left side of the court, you know, it's all sun.
Yeah.
Kazuda steps in, accelerates it.
Oh.
It looked out to me.
They had the point. Gingrich and Kyle had that point. They set it up really well. Jaime did a great job defending.
Take a look right here.
Yeah, definitely.
That's close.
This is game point, match point.
Yeah. They held him.
They're ready to live another day. Let's see. What does Dane and Kyle have on?
What's left in the tank?
Yeah, what is left in the tank? Let's go. I love that serve.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know.
It's definitely
Kazuda
a
goes.
play.
Yeah, he's going right at on scenes. Teams are checking the servers. All right, we are tied up, going to 12 now at this point.
Jaime knows he shouldn't do that. Like,
No.
why? It's so low over the net. Why start something that's unnecessary?
100% agree. And Jaime, you know, I would just wish he would stay in the point longer and then get what he wants.
I mean, Dane's ready for a backhand right now.
Yeah, you see him tipping his paddle back every time.
Kyle's responsible for 70% of the court.
So that time, Bone Scenes gets it over and shuts
10-10,
down the point.
serve number 2.
10-10-2.
They're going to stay on Jaime. Game point.
A quick look at the Franklin X40 replay. Gingrich hits it up, goes high enough that Kazuda with the overhead. Wow. Well, the crowd is enjoying that. We're going to see this go to game number 3 at the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships in beautiful Naples, Florida, after this break.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Energy is everywhere. In the hit, in the bounce. It's in the crowd, the people holding their breath, and then losing their minds. And once energy is unlocked, that's game over.
So you like to play pickleball, huh? There's just a few things standing between you and upping your game at the kitchen. No, not that kitchen. This kitchen. Step 1. Ditch the big box store paddle and get a real paddle from Pickleball Warehouse. Step 2. All dinks are welcome. No. We're talking dinks on the court. Final step. Stay on your toes in the right shoes so all those epic shots actually count. So, what are you waiting for? Get on the court with the perfect gear from Pickleball Warehouse.
All right, we've talked about upsets. Look at that, 0-11 game number 1. And we said that didn't seem right, and sure enough, it proved to be different. Game number 2, 12-10. Guys, what are you thinking for game 3?
Well, I just think, like I said earlier, he's a cagey veteran. He studies the game. He's really, really good tactically. I'm not surprised that they got in this. I think Eva said it earlier, now Dane and Kyle, they have the wind behind their back.
0-0-1.
And feeling confident.
Really quickly get the ball back at the beginning of the game, but on scenes there, leans in, takes that out of the air.
So I don't think that being 12-10 that you have to make dramatic changes, but some of the things because
0-0-1.
Oh, wide.
Because Jaime and Jack lost that game.
1-0-1.
They may want to consider like maybe putting Jack in front of Dane, like showing them a couple different looks every once in a while and not always, going back to their positions.
1-0-2.
Go wide, keep Kazuda over to the left and come back at Gingrich.
So Jaime went higher on Dane that time. He didn't just put it right in his wheelhouse. He went higher on him.
Up to the top of his chest instead of his waist. Can't quite get that to drop.
Jaime and Jack need to get in.
Nope.
Kyle's doing a great job of keeping them back.
Finally a drop. Look out. Nice point. Kazuda's back now. He gets the ball.
Wow.
Good job by Dane coming over and buying Kyle some time, and then great job by Jack and Jaime to keep it low. They didn't go deep in the court.
Comes across.
3-0-2.
Can't quite stay in it. Ernie tries to put it away, but Monroe gets it and brings it right back at Gingrich, gets behind him.
I think that one might have been out over here that Kyle hit.
Yeah, but Jack and Jaime, they're playing downhill now.
You see it.
Yep.
4-0-2.
I mean, and Monroe just comes right across and finishes it.
I mean, it's almost like I'm surprised they're not hitting more today.
Yeah, I was going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points in a row. So quick timeout's been called. They don't want this to go 11-0 like last time, and we'll see if they can change it after this.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready, always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So there's a view of the baseline there with the Franklin sort of VIP section. All those folks right along the edge of the baseline watching this game number 3 of the men's pro split age. You got Unseen serving at 5 quick points in a row.
That's such a good drop.
Yeah.
That's such a good drop. Right in the sun, right on the line.
Okay.
So we quickly hit 6, so there's going to be a change of sides. We're going to kind of talk through it. Go ahead, you were starting to talk, Marty.
Well, I just think, Jaime and Jack, they're making their thirds. They're getting to the line fast. They're putting pressure on Dane and Kyle, and they're dictating the point the way that they want to play it. They're not feeling any pressure from Dane and Kyle.
Does it all.
Like I was saying earlier, the team that hits down on the ball has a great chance of winning, and that's definitely what's happening right now.
Okay, but look at the consistency. Jaime and Jack won the first game 11-0. They won the first half of the third game 6-0, which means they are loving going against the wind. They're having problems going with the wind.
That's well said, Eva.
Thank you, Marty.
Good job.
So they've been outscoring them 17-0 from the other side. The truck just kind of filled us in. So they're now on the other side of the court. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so 11-0 game 1. They just got 6-0. And we'll see if the magic is the side of the court. Oh, pops off the net. Gingrich had that.
I still think there's something going on up in that sky up there that people on that side seem to be missing those shots.
8-0-2.
Kazuda hits that one out, yeah.
Kyle looks up and he's like, I can't see. I can't see.
9-0-2.
Jaime recognizes he can't get in. That's just smart. He's staying back.
Jack's there just
Now he's got
eager
it.
and ready.
I feel like the energy has kind of waned.
Yeah, 10.
for
Here we are, 10-0.
Dane and, yeah, Kyle.
I mean, we've seen it before. Look out. Couldn't quite get up there and get settled before the ball came at him. They forced that side out, which is critical. They were about to literally get shut out in 2 serves.
Yeah.
Or 2 turns.
Really?
Yeah, well,
Wow.
they started the game. They didn't get a point. They held him off on the second, and then they've gotten 1 through 10.
That's amazing.
Wow. With a change of sides, so it feels longer, but.
Great move by Kyle.
That is a great move.
With a round of applause from the crowd, and nobody likes to see a shutout. And again, sometimes it's that 1 point that helps you get going.
1-10-1.
Nice reset by Kazuda. Just lands in. Another Franklin X40 replay. Ooh, nice into the corner.
2-10-1. Timeout receivers. 3-10-1. 1 minute.
All right, after holding them off, all of a sudden, boom, 1, 2, 3, got to stop that momentum. And go ahead, Eva, what were you going to say?
I mean, I just think it's a good timeout. I mean, even though you have all these points that are available to you to kind of like run through, I mean, just stop the momentum early, get a game plan. I mean, at this point, I would say, where do you want my serve to go? Where do you want the return to go? How do you want to play this point? Like, take the nerves out of it and be really, really calculated about how you're going to play your match point or, you know, if you're returning. And on the same note, Dane and Kyle, they need to keep the energy up and just believe. Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before. You and I have been up here seeing some big turnarounds before.
Good things happen when you serve, right?
Well, right, yeah. Still have control of the point. They've had 3 in a row. They're still on their first serve.
Time in. 3-10-1. Yeah, I'll recall. 3-10-1.
I think they get another one. Yeah, right. It's just like one at a time.
One at a time, folks.
4-10-1.
But I mean, that's a big difference. 4 in a row unanswered. Gingrich's able to handle the first one, but on scenes comes back. Yeah.
I would love Dane at this point.
Oh! Bounces right off the net, comes back at them. And all of a sudden, we've gone from being 10-0 to a 5-point game.
I just don't understand why they don't play probably Dane a little bit more at this point.
Yeah, we'll find out. Oh, there's a big hit. I think on scenes is just like, all right, I'm done with the soft game. I'm going to drive that right down at your knees. So yeah, a lot of points back and forth, but this is only the 3rd time Monroe and Oncines have had the ball. So despite Giga Kazuda starting to get on a roll, 5 in a row, they weren't able to kind of close it out. So this match goes to Oncines and Monroe, and they'll be moving along to see if they can claim gold here at the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships with some final looks at the match.
A Bloody Mary should never be boring, and with Zing Zang, it never is. Our classic recipe is crafted to be bold, delicious, and full of zing. Want it extra spicy? Turn up the heat with our blazing Bloody Mary mix. Love dill pickles? We've got you covered. It's no wonder Zing Zang is America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. With 7 vegetable juices and bold blend of seasonings, Zing Zang is so good, the vodka is optional.
Super duper.
So despite a well-fought battle with the 3 games, Eva ultimately did not go in the favor of Gingrich Kasuda. And you're looking at the numbers there. What are you thinking?
Well, I think it really just came down to the unforced errors, right?
Yeah, I mean, significantly different numbers.
And again, I think in unforced errors, I have to say that probably a lot of those were forced errors by Jack and Jaime. So, you know, the Skechers recap, I would say, pretty much reflects what was going on, right? I mean, you're looking at 11-0, and then it was like 10-0 in 2 games. So it can tell you, like, right there are a lot of errors or forced errors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those were, you know, very long, creative points. And, you know, Jack and Kyle did great.
A well-fought battle with Kazuda and Gingrich. Again, Oncines and Monroe are force. And so exciting to see them come back so well, game number 2, and then kind of get close in game number 3. But ultimately, as you see the victory, Monroe and Oncines have claimed it, and they'll be moving on to see if they can become gold medal champions again for each of them. Different categories. But coming up, we're going to have the women's split pro age. Simone Jardim and another Brazilian, Lopez, who we've seen on this court before with Young, McLean, and Olsen. And don't go away, despite, you know, you can one more last view as the sun's kind of going down to the beautiful waterways. But the day is not quite over yet here at Zing Zang Championship Court.
me do the talking.
You bring the money?
Of course. First, show me your step.
Once you try it, there's no going back. Say the field lasts hours.
Let's play.
You always want more. You start, the friends are gonna want to try it too.
Please, freeze! Those pads are illegal. Hand them over. This can be. These are dual approved.
My play?
At Pickleball Den, our cutting-edge software revolutionizes the game for club managers, pickleball league and tournament directors, and passionate players everywhere. As the tech that powers the sport, our powerful automations are the driving force. With essential tools to power all your pickleball play, we help you elevate your events, delivering unparalleled quality that players love. Proudly serving as the official tournament software of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Level up your pickleball experience at pickleballden.com.
So welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court at the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships as we see the teams warming up there. Closest to the camera in the white and black, that is icon of the sport, Simone Jargin, with her partner, and this is the third time they've been out here today. So working their way through the bracket. That doesn't always happen as they play the bracket that the same team shows up so much, but perhaps the pickleball gods might be with them as they are now competing for gold with their partner Carolina Lopez on the other side. On the other side of the court, in the peach, sort of, you have the team of Wynn McLean-Olsen, and then, yeah, sorry, I messed up that. Sorry about that, players. So just got some updated information. I know the registration is such, but Tran Nguyen is what she goes by. And then her partner Olsen on the other side in the sort of the peach or the salmon and black. So Eva, thoughts in terms of what you're seeing here? Obviously, we're most familiar, especially from today, with Jargin and Lopez game. But kind of coming into the gold match, right? So there's already been a little upset. Seed number 1, Megan Fudge and Sherry Quarter were upset. And here we are. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not hugely familiar with this team, but I can tell you Olsen and New, I mean, I'm assuming there's a lot of athleticism. They've got really fast hands.
They're both apparently from Washington State, played college tennis. You know, recent, so it looks like Tran Nguyen's been playing about 3 years. Yeah, Washington State tennis, it's a big deal. And Andrea Olsen from Hungary. But yeah, they're relatively new to game, a few years new. I guess Andrea was here last year. This is her second U.S. Open.
Yeah, I mean, Andrea Olsen being the senior, I'm familiar with her. But as far as new goes, I mean, wow. I mean, Megan Fudge and Sherry Quarter bring a lot of heat. So if they beat them, that means that they had very quick response to their counters. They got the ball down, they moved them a lot. So I'm wondering if they are just a power team or they have a lot of different layers to their games that really kind of like mess up the other team. So this will be very interesting.
And yeah, you may have seen Tran Nguyen here last year. So clarifying, she did. She was one of the teams that was playing against Andre Agassi and Annalie Waters.
Wow,
to kind of close them out
okay.
and beat them during the bracket.
So another
Their
year?
debut on Championship Court, which of course, that was a pretty high profile game.
Right.
Game 1. Time in. 0-0-2. Side out.
Okay, they got it right down to Carolina's feet as she was coming in.
0-0-1. Second serve. Zero, 2. Side out.
The wind seems to be changing a little bit. It seems like it's actually, well, it's still going with, they're going.
I mean, I see a big flag above.
New and
Georgie's
Wilson are
head.
going with the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So everybody's getting off to a little bit shaky start. Doesn't mean anything. Just finding their footing, getting used to the wind again in center court.
2.
Oh my goodness.
She gets it. Big overhead by Georgine. And then a drop.
Nice.
You were talking about that earlier, right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, if there's a lob, there's a drop shot usually. So
1-0-2.
You got to look for it. Okay, so these guys, New and Olsen, are going to be hitting everything with power and pace, probably moving the ball around extremely quickly.
0-1-1. Second serve.
So a little bit of laughter there.
0-1-2.
Ball sails long.
Side out.
I like the fact that Wynn is trying to, like, you know, hit a shot that will allow her to come in and crash. So she can shake and bake herself.
Nice. Back two nice
Yeah.
good angles there.
Great
Yeah.
angles. I'm a heavy believer in angles.
I mean, it's easier said than done.
It is.
That backhand close to the neck, that sharp angle, it's a high risk shot. Oh, she just catches the back there.
Somebody practices that, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
They practice that corner.
Zero, 1-1. Second serve.
So if you're going to go cross court with your dink, and if it's low, it can be an amazing dink, but they're most likely going to drop shot it back cross court. So you've got to get going up there. You've got to follow your shot. Oh, Simone read it too.
Point.
So now, right now, what I'm seeing is that Olsen and Wynn are really trying to spread the court on
1-1-2.
Georgine and Carolina. Nice shot.
Side out.
Way to stay in there, Carolina.
One.
Yep.
Point.
So with a little back and forth, they find themselves at 2-1 on the first serve. Not progressing that much, either team.
Ooh.
Second serve.
Unfortunate.
He's a little low. A little low for that.
3-1-2.
Okay, that was.
Side out.
So right now, I feel like Wynn and Olsen need to really work on their returns and getting them deeper, because Georgine and Carolina
1-3-1.
are able to really step up on them.
Right.
Second serve.
Olsen.
She needs to calculate the wind, right?
Yeah,
she's going with the wind?
She's got the right spot. She went in between them.
Yep.
Just too long.
Yep.
1-3-2.
That was good.
Good catch. Simone gets it back
Nice
over.
shot. That's amazing.
Yeah. Crowd
And again,
lets
the
out some
wind took
applause
it.
for that. Mhm.
So when it came over, it got held up a little bit, and then Wynn was reaching for it.
3-1-1. Point.
Okay, so with a number of back and forths with no points on the board, finally
4-1-1.
Lopez and Georgine start to move forward.
Second serve.
Lopez hits wide.
4-1-2.
There's a deeper return. Out.
It goes wide
Yeah.
again.
Side out.
It's two in
A
a row.
lot of cross courts going on right now. Like
Yeah.
not a lot of down the lines. Like, I mean, Georgine can redirect, but right now, I'm assuming these are all tennis players again. Tennis players, I mean, if you have to default between one shot or another, they're probably going to hit a
1-4-1.
cross court. But these are pretty extreme cross courts. There we go. A down the. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Point.
She goes down the line, but Wynn.
Yeah, but it's sat up.
Yeah.
Like she needs to push it a little bit further, so they have to take it out of the air or get pushed back.
2-4-1.
So
Second serve.
Olsen got stuck in transition, right? She had a great shot. She should have moved up a couple steps. Don't give them
2-4-2.
her feet.
Nice. Handled.
God, great guy.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a good get. Ultimately too high,
Side
and
out.
Lopez puts it away down the middle.
But Simone just hit such a good angle that she just spread the court again.
Right.
I mean,
4-2-1.
so it looks like
Point.
Wynn and Olsen, I think their 1-2 seems to be Olsen hits it back in at Carolina, and then Wynn cleans it
5-2-1.
up. But that's not working. Carolina's hands are really good.
Point. Timeout receiver. 6-2-1. 1 minute.
Yeah, so that gap starts to get too big for their comfort, and they decide to take a timeout. And once again, we've seen it all day long. Sometimes these strategies turn things around. This is their first time on the court. Will it work? We'll find out soon.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So Eva, again, here they are, that sort of that timeout. The game started out pretty even, back and forth, but it's slipping away from them. What's going on?
Honestly, like Carolina and Simone aren't doing anything special.
Right.
I mean, sometimes you just let the other team implode. And, I mean, I think that's what's happening, right? They're just getting balls back and balls back and balls back. And then Wynn and Olsen are missing.
So they call the
6-2-1.
timeout. We'll see what happens. Right now fighting for it, and Simone drops it.
Yeah.
They push him back a little further, get him all the way to the baseline, and with a beautiful drop.
Yeah, I mean, and Simone and Carolina are holding true to the kitchen line, so, you know, it's not...
7-2-1.
Good God, Simone. Ooh. Boy, nobody can overhead today.
Yes.
I don't know what's going on. Nobody can overhead.
You know, I mean, I think it's like, I mean, this is year number 10. We've had the shade structure for 8 of them, you know, but our percentages are just off today.
They're off.
Second serve.
Okay, that's, I think, the first time I've seen Wynn and Olsen really keep Carolina and Georgine back.
8-2-2.
Wynn coming across, taking it both sides of the court.
I mean, if you can see them, they're literally being like the pilot or the conductor or the puppet master on the court. I mean, they're basically, Simone and Carolina are doing whatever they want, pulling the strings, opening up property.
Oh,
it was in.
No!
Point.
And that's just enough. We get, you know, that flag on the other side's blowing backwards right now. There was just enough wind to slow that ball down and land it in.
Yep, and that
so
side's
frustrating.
the perfect side to lob.
10-2-2.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, game point.
Jinx.
Sorry.
Right out.
Okay, Simone just
off.
doesn't miss, though, and she missed. I mean...
2-10-1.
Little bottle on the net back there.
Point.
I feel like Wynn and Olsen just don't know where the ball's going. They're like hesitating.
They're chasing.
Yeah, they're chasing it. That's a good word. They're just chasing it. They're not really able to read it because it just keeps going someplace different all the time.
Second serve.
You know, it's every hit. A little further back, a little further back.
Yeah, they're owning it. They're owning the kitchen line.
3-10-2.
Ooh, heat up. Almost kind of hit her in the chin. She got her paddle on it.
Yeah, but the ball was low.
Yep.
So Carolina really needs to have her paddle up because that's really the only place it can go,
Yep.
other than like a lob.
Go pop on the net.
Good change. So what I liked what Wynn did there is she went back in, which is left hip, and then she went to the right hip.
Yeah.
Because she was sitting. She got Carolina where she's just sitting on her backhand. But that's tough to actually
5-10-2.
comprehend that and then execute it.
That one goes wide.
Yeah. Point.
So now 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep. I like to see Olsen go behind Georgine with her
6-10-2.
backhand again, and then Wynn kind of crash that middle.
Rejected by the net. For people who play with temporary nets all the time, they've never encountered that steel card. A hard drive can work its way over the net, but a permanent net like this with that steel cable, it's like a wall.
10-6-1.
I know.
Point. Game.
So
okay, game one.
Number one
Timeout.
goes
Changes,
to
2 minutes.
Jardim and Lopez. 11-6. They started to make that comeback, so we'll see, even though they lost this, if they can carry some of the momentum at the end of game one into game two.
Let me do the talking.
You bring the money?
Of course. First, show me your step.
Once you try it, there's no going back. Say the field lasts hours.
Let's play.
You always want more. Start. Friends are gonna want to try it too.
Please, freeze! Those pads are illegal. Hand them over. This can be. These are dual approved.
My play.
At Pickleball Den, our cutting-edge software revolutionizes the game for club managers, pickleball league and tournament directors, and passionate players everywhere. As the tech that powers the sport, our powerful automations are the driving force. With essential tools to power all your pickleball play, we help you elevate your events, delivering unparalleled quality that players love. Proudly serving as the official tournament software of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Level up your pickleball experience at pickleballden.com.
Game number two with some surprising turns, games that we thought were going to be over, but they went to 3 games for those matches. We are in number 2 where Jardim and Lopez, who you see right there in the white and black, shut it down 11-6. And a little bit of touch by Simone. Go ahead.
Just sometimes you've got to get used to your opponents. That first game can be a feel-out kind of process, and sometimes it's not. So let's see what Wynn and Olsen can bring to the table this time. So Carolina and Simone, the first game, basically gave Olsen and Wynn no power. They gave them nothing to work with. So if they're going to generate it, they're going to generate it from below the net, which isn't smart, or they're going to over hit it, right?
2-0-2.
So let's see.
It's a long point.
I mean, Jardim is actually not even hitting the ball that hard. She's hitting it like at 50%.
Yeah, and just sort of keeping the point going.
And she's just finding their feet and saying, here, find something to do with this ball, right? She's not giving it to them in front of them. She's not trying to hit past them. She's just kind of like sitting the ball right at their feet.
0-2-1. Second serve.
That's a good shot.
Zero, 2-2. Side
Okay,
out.
I like that off pace by Olsen to the right side of Carolina because she's sitting backhand. So that's important, viewers. You know, before you hit, if you look at your opponent and they're sitting on a backhand, you know where to go. You go to the forehand. That was low.
Point.
Quick back and forth. Now with a 3-0 lead.
3-0-1.
In our previous matches, was that side the winning side mostly?
Second serve.
I don't know exactly.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, well, I know obviously we were talking about it with
3-0-2.
Olsen.
I think it was
Unseen.
different every match.
Yeah.
But it was this, like the same. I think that side that Wynn and Olsen are on, I think, was the winning side. Nice hands,
Side
Carolina.
out.
Nice, short, compact swing. And she was able to reload immediately.
0-3-1.
She's got it.
Did
that
it hit
was
her?
close.
Did
No,
it hit her?
Simone's calling it in, but I thought it might have been out from here, actually. It was very close. So, again, a generous line call.
0-3-2.
Opening
Nice
up
get.
that middle.
Oh!
Another
Side out.
overhead.
I don't know. I
Oh
mean,
my
Jardim sort of grabbing
dear.
her shoulder a little bit, actually, almost like, you know, I don't know if it's sore or anything, but either way, like you said, I think we've seen more missed overheads this year than ever. But
3-0-1.
I'm going to have to work on that.
yeah,
Nope.
Second serve.
Lopez heats it up, forces that second serve.
Yeah, Olsen, you know, trying to keep it away from Simone. And just got the inside of it a little too
3-0-2.
much.
Side out.
All right, they held him off.
Let's see if Simone and Carolina can get a point on the board.
0-3-1.
A lot of 3 games this today.
Quick adjustment, tying of the shoes. You are allowed to
Our
retie
call.
your shoes without a timeout.
0-3-1.
Well, people, sometimes you believe the questions they ask. Is that legal? A little double bounce. I think
Second
they
serve.
each thought the other was going to get it.
Communication, folks. The person that is in front of you cannot know what you're doing.
0-3-2.
Nice deep
Side out.
shot by Trang Nguyen.
Yeah. Carolina suffocated that ball a little bit. She fell to the left. She needs to get up under it more.
3-0-1.
She
Nice
goes
read.
behind her.
Nice read.
Nice backhand. Nguyen's still in it.
God, Simone plays behind the person so well. Good job, Carolina.
Nice rally.
Oh my God, what a
Unbelievable.
great point. Everybody's hands and defense and offense was amazing. Great positioning. Kudos to
Yeah,
everybody.
every shot. Take a look here. Ultimately, Nguyen closes out that final firefight there. Oh, she drives that. Yeah.
Yep. 5-0. Wow.
Timeout receiver, 5-0-1, 1 minute.
You called it there. So after 5-0, a significant difference compared to game number 1. We might have an upset coming our way. We'll find out after this.
Yes, we will.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
Well, Wynn and Olsen there, they're on a roll. And, you know, the momentum is theirs. We'll see if they can keep it. Eva, I mean, are you noticing something different? Is it...
Well, I mean, first of all, again, the first game is kind of a feel game, right? I mean, yes, you can lose it, but you kind of get like, okay, I see what my other side is doing it. Then you have to change your strategy the second game and say, what am I going to change in order to come?
Right.
That was just a smart shot.
Yeah.
All the pace up. But I just think that Olsen and Wynn picked their spots better. They were much more aggressive, but got them in. I don't think that they were...
Side out.
So that was a good timeout, right? Because they got both those points, and that's why we do timeouts. If you have timeouts on the table, folks, use them.
Second serve.
Yeah,
right.
Uncharacteristic there.
Yeah. I mean, after that timeout, I think everybody's feet got a little slow. We got to pick it up again.
0-5-2.
Oh, what a good cross court.
Yeah, nice. But Wynn handles it.
Point.
All right. They're on the board.
Yep.
Could be the comeback
of the day.
Of the day. What, 10 straight points? Who knows? That's a good move by Wynn. Good coach.
Although maybe it's a closeout. Since they won the first game. You
Right.
No, but they got a lot of work to do. That one goes long.
I like Wynn coming in like that, though. She just has to aim for the transition area, not the baseline.
5-1-2.
There's that drop again. Olsen gets up to the line, though.
Right out.
He said sometimes you come up and you're able to keep it in play, but it's just a little too high, a little too awkward. Can't quite settle it back down. See if Georgine and Lopez can put some more points on the board.
That bad luck.
Second serve.
I like how Georgine, I don't know if the viewers can see, but Georgine and Carolina, you know, they hit a good shot and they move forward like 2 steps, and they hit a good shot and they move forward. They don't just run like crazy to the kitchen line. They can't get stuck there, though. You can't get stuck. Got to make your way up. Not yet. Yeah. So
yeah.
I know that was tough because Wynn and Olsen were putting a lot of pressure on them, so really hard shots. They couldn't get in, but if that continues, obviously that's not going to, you know, help Georgine and Carolina win the game.
Right.
And that's what Olsen and Wynn have to continue to do.
That's long.
Second serve.
Yep.
No free points.
5-1-2.
Yeah, but still, you know, they're trying to get off at 1.
So Jean is standing in the middle. Simone's just standing there. She's going to drop shot anytime she can.
Side out.
Simone seems to be a lot of instruction there.
1-5-1.
With a little joke at the end.
Point.
All right.
Got to that left
Finally
foot.
got off
ground.
a 2.
Yep.
Two, 5-1.
Oh, that was actually
Point.
out. Nope, they called it in.
Here we go, finally at
3,
3.
5-1.
Oh, nice.
Point.
I mean, you know, she set it up. She set it up cross court.
Timeout.
Oh, it's
receiver.
timeout. That's a good
4-5-1.
timeout.
1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, they held them back. They couldn't get anything more than 1. Now with a quick, all the way, a 1-point game now, you just got to stop that now.
Yep.
And this timeout will give them a chance to talk and us a chance to hear from some of the amazing sponsors who make this tournament possible.
The Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are brought to you by Pickleball Warehouse. Gear that fuels the fun. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Yola. Ready always. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs on court. And by the official ball of the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, the Franklin X40. Play with the best.
So as we come back after that timeout, you know, again, people talk about, is it 3? What's the magic number if they got to run a 3, 4, 5 when you want to call a timeout yourself?
Oh, I'm no more than 3. No more than 3. Absolutely not. And if I feel like I see a team across the net that's super energized and like pumping up, I mean, I shut them down right away and I call a timeout.
Time in.
You can't allow that momentum to continue.
4-5-1.
So we'll see if that works for Wynn and Olsen. Nope.
Point.
Yep, the middle's not going to work. Simone hunts it.
So we're now tied up at 5-5.
5-5-1. Second serve.
Wynn picked up right before she hit that 3rd.
She's just got to lift it more. She's kind of coming over the top of it on the
5-5-2.
Doesn't quite get it. Everybody thought they did. It was close, though. Crowd wanted it to go in.
Okay, Georgine and Carolina now have the now have the lead. Good read. Simone takes over the middle.
Yeah.
So smart.
There's that drop again.
Point.
Wynn got the first one back and forth and
It's
back
like
and
toying
forth.
with them at this point. You know what I'm saying? I mean, again, I keep talking, but I mean, if she's going to sit in the middle, you're going to have to lob, or you're going to have to go and spread her
7-5-2.
another way. But you can't allow Simone to just sit in the middle and then just orchestrate the whole point. There you go.
There you go, yeah.
Right?
Back at her left foot.
But what a great job by Carolina and Georgine.
Yeah, 7-5, right? I mean,
yeah, they were down 5-0.
0-0-0-0, then finally won, and then 0-0. Yeah, okay. Well, put away by Wynn there. Look at that Franklin X40 replay. Nice strong backhand from her left shoulder.
Okay. But again, lifted it, needed to probably maybe slice that one instead of try to topspin it up. I mean, she's waiting.
7-7-1.
Again and again. How many times have we seen Simone do that little backhand angle drop?
But then she gets, I mean, multiple times during this game, she's gotten Wynn and Olsen on the left side.
Off the court even.
Off the court, like leaving a whole half of the court open for her just to go to.
Right out.
Okay, tie game, here we go.
Seven, 7-1.
Oh, I'm going to tell you, she mentally knew it was coming, and she had picked out that spot before the ball was even hit.
A big celebration you can see coming up here.
That was a good shot. She's feeling good. Carolina is feeling very confident right now.
8-7-1.
A big yell.
Second serve.
That's the way to move her.
Yeah.
Very difficult, though. I mean.
Well, right. I mean,
you can only beat Simone 1 out of 50 times.
Yeah, there's a ball that she's reaching almost behind her. She's going to her left with her backhand. She's rotating her body, but then she still does like a great cross-court drop.
Yep.
Olsen tries to lob, goes too far. Into
right,
the wind as well.
9-7.
But
So Wynn and Olsen have only got 2 points since they were up 5-0.
And there you have it. Big celebration.
Timeout receivers. 10-7-2, 1
Big
minute.
celebration, fist pump. And a timeout's been called, though, right? I mean, what a comeback so far. And looks like they're 1 point away from closing it out and claiming gold. We'll find out with big smiles on their faces if they can do it.
Carolina, I'm going to tell you, in the last like 3-4 points, I mean, she is
look
just
at that.
so pumped. I mean, she feels invincible right now. She can handle anything. That's the way you want to feel. That's fantastic.
Right here on the Zing Zang Championship
Yeah, I mean,
Court.
she's amped up.
Yep. She can do no wrong. And, you know, to have Simone Georgine as your partner, knowing that she is going to
Yeah, she, I mean, it's good
support
learning.
her.
Yeah, right?
I mean,
and even the learning experience, right? It's kind of like she's coaching as they're playing too,
Yeah,
right? You know?
yeah.
Servers 2, receivers 0.
So here you go, match point.
9 in. 10-7-2. Point, game, match, 11-7.
All right, jump up in the air.
Carolina, she is so cute. What a good match.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put
Very
your hands together
fun.
for all of our
So it
competitors
took it
and
all the way to 3
congratulations
games.
to our
And with a
winners for
look at the final moments, courtesy of the Franklin X40.
and Eugenia Lopez Ascarate.
That's funny. That's reminiscent of Simone has jumped up and on her partners on some victory moments. And we're going to take a quick break and visit the medal stand with them after this.
A Bloody Mary should never be boring. And with Zing Zang, it never is. Our classic recipe is crafted to be bold, delicious, and full of zing. Want it extra spicy? Turn up the heat with our blazing Bloody Mary mix. Love dill pickles? We've got you covered. It's no wonder Zing Zang is America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. With 7 vegetable juices and bold blend of seasonings, Zing Zang is so good, the vodka is optional.
What's your duper?
Everybody, we are coming back here on Zing Zang Championship Court. We're going to have a moment to talk to some of our medal winners here. We're going to come out this way, sir. You guys come here. We're going to talk to you, actually. Okay. So yeah, don't run away. No, you can be right here next to her, actually. So we're going to have, if we can get the music over here, Billy or not. Everybody else, I think they're going to try to we're going to ask you a few questions about your well-fought match. All right, there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to be here with the silver medalists, right? I know this didn't exactly go your way. Trang Nguyen and Andrea Olsen, you had a big last year. It was kind of your debut on Championship Court. It's good to see you back here. But what does it mean for you guys in this special bracket to be getting a medal around your neck?
It's really fun. This is my first time ever playing with Andrea. We had a blast. We just battled it out the whole day. So I think it doesn't matter win or lose. We just had a lot of fun out there. So.
Yeah, and then so this split age bracket for you, I mean, it's a fun, unique bracket at the U.S. Open. What's the U.S. Open mean to you?
This is the most fun competition for me because I come here and I can play 4 events, and split age is just so fun because I get to play against the young pros, and otherwise I wouldn't have a chance to do that. So it's really fun. Well,
congratulations on your silver. Eva Welcher is going to come on out here and put that silver around your guys' necks. Everybody, as they awarded their medals, round of applause for our silver medalists. Congratulations. Expect more to come. You guys is fantastic. And let's bring on out Simone and Carolina, the gold medalists. Come on over here. There you go. You're both being so polite with one another. So it doesn't always work out this way, but 3 times, I mean, you were like the heroes of the day, right? And so you never know how the bracket's going to play out. And you fought. We saw match number 1, match number 2, match number 3, and it started to slip away from you a little bit at one point. You had a hard time getting going in number 2. What helped you kind of turn things around?
Every point. I told Simone, let's just keep trying every point.
0-5. We couldn't get a point on our serve, so we stay patient and we pull it out.
All right, so you've been here before, and the 10th anniversary, Zing Zang Championship Court once again. What does this place mean to you, and to be here once again claiming gold?
Everything. I think this is the beginning of my career as a pickleball player, pickleball professional, but also the beginning of a new life in a way. I feel like tennis was it for me, and when I found pickleball, this place came with it, and with that, it came family, because, you know, this week seeing everybody here is just it's everything, everything.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And again, you are a humble person. I appreciate that. But you're playing with one of the goats of pickleball. What does that mean to be able to partner with her? And, you know, through the match, I see her whispering and giving you some advice. So how was that for you?
It's great. When I asked her to play, I thought she was going to say no. Who are you? And yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It's just a dream come true. She's the GOAT. So I pulled it out. I was not nervous at all. She made me feel very comfortable.
I do not like that reference, by the way. I just got rid of 4 of them. They eat everything, including like the roots of trees, and they kill trees. Yeah. Call me like the princess, the beauty, you know.
But not the goat.
No, I honestly cannot stand them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if you know, she now has a little farm there in Tennessee. So, okay, let's bring out the medals, Eva Welcher, once again, to put these golds around your neck. As they do this, everybody, a big, huge round of applause for these amazing athletes who fought their way all day long. You get the Head Sweats hats, you get your prize money. In addition, you get a pair of Skechers shoes. Congratulations so much. And everybody, as you're going through this, remember, this is just the beginning. We're only on day number 2 at the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Congratulations once again. One more big round of applause. Everybody else online around the world, keep on coming back. There's more to come from this amazing tournament. And thank you so much for joining us today. You guys who are online, there's more to come. There's more things happening around here, but we're going to wrap it up for today. Special thank you to our crew in the truck, on the camera, for all the volunteers and the athletes. It's been fantastic. Like I said, there's more to come all week long from the Franklin U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, coming back tomorrow.